Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We are doing some Astro colony tonight, and then also we will be monitoring the... Seriously, cat? We'll be monitoring the Artemis I launch, which is an exciting next step in space flight for us. That will be showing up at midnight, but we're probably going to watch some of the pre-launch stuff intermittently throughout the night. Literally, he hasn't said a damn word all day. all day. He's meowed maybe twice, and he waited till the second I started speaking. It's fine. It's how he do. All right, we're just gonna continue the latest save. Yes. So, are we still en route? Yeah, we are. We're going. Are we? Are we? I also need to remember how to navigate this game. Oh God. X. There we go. Are we moving? Are we moving? I don't think we're moving. I think I might have stopped the thrusters. Yeah, stop the thrusters. So that's fine. Hi, sir. How are you doing? Recycling machine, how about you go to sleep for now? We'll talk to you later. So when we were last here, we found our own planet. I stole it, and it's mine now. We have this we have this thing here where we're slowly collecting carbon and ore being fed up from these guys here, which looks to be like this one has stopped, so we're going to need to move that. In fact, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, hang on. Yeah? No, that was the last one. Okay. I thought I had moved this from last time, but maybe I did not. It's fine. We have lots and lots of ore to work with. It's just a matter of getting to it. I might even start up another thing down here, because we have this lovely set right here. I know. It's a pretty good one so far, the one. Pretty good. My lovely planet is called Ned whatever. Nice readily available aluminum. Got quite a bit of copper there. I kind of want to get to that. So there's a few things I haven't figured out just yet. I haven't figured out more bulk mining. Like right now, this miner has a 2x3 area that it can mine, and that's it. Then you got to keep moving it as soon as the ore runs out, like I have to do with this one here. I know that there are options. I just don't know what those options are just yet. Another thing to figure out is how many planets can I attach to? We were going to head to Kirk. Oh, hang on. Let's take a peek around here for a sec. Did everything change? Previously, we had a planet roughly that direction, and there was something relatively hazardous down that direction as well, so I did not want to go that way. But apparently that's not a thing anymore. It was by Cosmic Candy, so let's mark that one so I can get a direction. Yeah. So Cosmic Candy, it is that way. But the hazard that was down there is no longer there. In fact, it looks like the hazard that was there is now there. Still don't know what it is. Not a freaking clue. But it's over there now instead of over there. So maybe we can go visit Cosmic Candy, because I think that was the one that had the gold deposit that I wanted. Yeah. So maybe we go get Cosmic Candy. I was headed down to Kirk Prime because it's got a significant titanium deposit, but we also don't need titanium yet. So maybe we head to Cosmic Candy first. Let's head that direction. I think I want to pass by these planetoids here, maybe steal those on the way. It's not really on the way, but it's on the way enough-ish, kind of, sort of. So let's start heading that direction. Oh, gold. Hello. No, don't run into a thing. Don't run into a thing. Ah, ran into a thing. Oh, I got most of the gold out of that. Alright, so we're gonna head that direction. So this engine needs to turn on. Yep, the trees are wiggling. Definitely moving. And then we need to go down and to that direction. Down and to the that-a-way. So we'll turn you on, and I think it's the up thrust. No, it's down thrust. Okay. I wasn't sure if this was an inverted situation. No, we need down thrust. So we are now going that general direction towards those guys. Probably gonna need another platform on this side, but that's fine. I've got here, here, and here. So if I park with this side to those, then I'll be able to catch both of them. It'll be fine. Now, there was an update to the game. There's been updates pretty much since day one. These now can target ore. So you can say, I want this one to only focus on grabbing iron, for example. I don't need to do that right now because I just kind of need everything, but it's good to know. Okay, so we're going that way. We're still going down. We're getting close to in line with them. We don't really need to be in line with them, but I like to be close enough. That's pretty close. Let's turn off the down. And you we're just going to turn off for the moment. So we can get more in line with it on this side. So the one, this does have multiplayer. Currently, from what I've seen, the multiplayer is not the greatest. So I've been kind of waiting for them to do some updates to see if they can get a little bit more smooth. But we might be doing multiplayer run of this sometime soon. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Alright, Kirk is still highlighted, that's good. Alright, so this one, done. This one, on. Now, I want to update some of these things, get some more stuff going on. I do need to expand my platform. I haven't really had the resources for that, but I feel like we need more space. Because if we're going to be automating anything from in here, and adding more and more things like these guys... Wait a second. Wait a second. These are the ones I've already... These are the ones I've already mined. I've already got the holes dug out of them. It's fine. Okay, so we don't need these. It's fine. So, we just need to continue on to Cosmic Candy. We're just gonna skip right past these and hope that they don't collide with the planet. I'm pretty sure there's no clipping whatsoever. Yeah, okay. Conveniently ran out of power at that moment, or inconveniently. Let's go grab some more coal. All of it, sure. Grab that too. Okay, that's, I don't know, that much. Alright, so we're moving again. Clipping's not a problem. That was just a power situation. Moving on to Cosmic Candy. So we'll need this one on a down and probably less power to head that vague direction. Alright, going along, we're doing stuff. I'm still sure dirt, why not? Let's put you in the smelter. Oh yeah, look at him go. Look at him go. Howdy, Safi. How you doing? Alright. Now let's go move this guy. It's a nice boulder. I like this boulder. It's a little bit difficult to work with, but I don't think any of the other ones are going to be any easier to work with, so, you know, whatever. It's fine. I need to move... Let's see, how big is this deposit? Oh, yeah. So I need to move this whole miner, rotate 90 degrees, and cover this whole section here. So I need to expand out my platform, I think. Platform. I think that's fine. Yeah, okay. Alright, so I need you right there. Right there. Am I hearing things? No, I'm imagining things. Okay. Imagining things is fine. Alright. So let's do... power... Hello, Gila. How are you, Gila? Okay, how do we do this? That'll do. How many power? Yeah, carbon is definitely a pain. And I haven't even gotten to the part where you're at. And yes, this is where I left off. Speaking of carbon, do you have power? Yeah, you get a little bit more power. You'll be fine. How you doing? Doing good? Yeah, you're doing good. Okay. You're doing fine. So you're gonna come along and you're gonna start mining out dirt to try to get to that. Okay, everything's fine. How's Cosmic Candy coming along? I think we need to go more down and more left. Let's just turn that up full speed. I still don't know what that is, but it's scary, and it's in my way. But it's fine. Okay, let's do another miner, since carbon is apparently gonna be a problem. Let's do another miner, and we're gonna do it right here. How big are you? Oh, you're freaking huge. Okay. You can be right, there we go. Right here. You know what? That'll be fine to start. Perfect. Alright, and then we'll do this button. Oh, what am I out of? I'm out of freaking plates. Okay. It's fine. Plates make me some. We're definitely getting closer to that hazard. I don't think I want to get that close to that hazard. So maybe we turn you off for now and just go left and down, kind of away from it. Oh, what are you? Let's see, Cosmic Candy is here, so you will be Ceros. Carbon, iron, copper, titanium, uranium. Kinda meh. Voltretu. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce any of these, but you've got a decent gold deposit as well. I think I want to keep Kirk in plain view though, because it's got that aluminum and titanium that we want. Oh, we have a new one up here, Asgard, which is mediocre. It's got carbon, aluminum, and uranium, so whatevs. Yeah, I think we'll just keep going to Cosmic Candy. Maybe we'll circle back down to Batratu, whatever, this one here, eventually. But for right now, Cosmic Candy, and then avoiding whatever that big scary thing is. Alright, let's finish setting this guy up. Oh. We have a belt overload problem here. I see. That's a problem. Okay. Okay, fine. What if you grab. What if you get rotated and then we just down that way? Nope, that's not how that meant to go. I also need more plates. I just need more plates. 30. Make me lots. Okay, let's that'll be fine. It'll be fine. I might steal some power from over here though to power that guy. Let's start that. Okay, I need more cables too. Some. Yeah, if the conveyor belts aren't going to be able to keep up with basically even a single drill, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a bit of an issue. No capacity limit to anything. I mean, I did wonder about that, because I was well over 1,000 in one of my stacks. Hello, Gala. Hello, kitty. But there's something satisfying about making really janky conveyor belt systems. And how are we doing Cosmic Candy-wise? We are just about needing to head straight there, so we'll turn you off. Turn you on. Maybe we do need to go a little bit down. Oh, interesting. As soon as that belt got the straight line, it took over, and it's not allowing any of the iron through. Hmm. Good to know. Yeah, it's definitely... It's belting out just about as fast as it can produce it. I think it's now on a little bit of a delay. Yeah, it's on an every other belt line delay now, so the iron should be able to slip in. Here, let's clear out some of the backlog. See if that helps, just out of curiosity. Do. Okie dokie. So, we need probably more smelters at this point, because this isn't keeping up either. I mean, it's kind of keeping up. Kind of, sort of. Interesting. There's a button. There's a button I didn't know about. Okay. So, we're headed towards Cosmic Candy. I am not breathing well. Hello. I just keep counting on this being a thing. Hello, Gila. Hello, Gila. Let's do some. It's amazing how long it takes me to notice that I'm not breathing. Alright, so we have iron happening. This is actually done. So I no longer need to have this going. We do need to move it at the very least. Breathing's hard. Howdy, Demos. How you doing? I am making the oxygen tank, Safi. I just didn't remember to keep it filled with ice. At least I was. Now I am. I thought I was. I am now remembering I need the ice in this section instead. So we'll split that in here instead. There we go. There we go. That's what I was missing. Yeah, so this is now going to cook up water. It's going to go in that tank, and then it's going to go in here. Okay, then we're good. Ooh, 33. That is a hell of a heat. Okay, so whatever that thing is, it's kind of close. But we're skipping past it, hopefully. Auto collectors, you mean these? The ones that are doing things? Yes. Unless we're talking about something else. Speaking of auto, let's take a peek at science. Science. What's the science button again? T. T is the science button. All right, so I have 13 brain and 98 microscopes. So let's do the floor support. Advanced mining, you say? Advanced mining, you say? That feels like a thing I would like to do. I don't have any chemistry, though. I need to do chemistry. And that is because I didn't have any iron rods. I do believe I had cooked up some iron rods here. So let's put those in. They were in my pocket. There we go. Give me science, please. Science me. Science me good. Do it. Science me. It's sciencing. It's just a real slow process. Okay, that's fine. Oh. Well, I'm down here now. Yeah, I'm not quite ready for people yet, I don't think. I haven't wanted to do people yet. Alright, you got plenty of power. How you doing? You doing good? You need to move. Alright, where am I going to move you? And how am I going to move you? These science points? All three of these science point options are available through the science thingy, not through a person. I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Science thingy. It's making me chemistry science, and we've got engineering science, and then we also have the micro doodad. Oh. So why does it tell me that it can make chemistry science and doesn't have a requirement of a scientist when it needs an actual scientist? Well, balls. Alright, fine. Be that way. Okay, that could be more clear. Just saying. Alright, back to setting up iron. Give. There we go. It's really difficult to get the pick to come up sometimes, so you can actually mine dirt. Okay, so let's see. Guess we'll put it here. Right there, I think we'll do. And we'll work on getting the rest later. Okay. Yeah, I would say that there is very little information on some of these mechanics. It would be very handy if they gave more information on some of these mechanics, but it's fine. Yeah, like this thing, this recipe here tells me that it can do this thing. But somewhere in here is an indication that it needs a scientist. It's probably this icon here, but that is very not clear at all. Gold Mudflap Lady, that's a heck of a name. Hello, welcome. I'm doing good, how you doing? Let's see. Hey, cat. Hey, cat. Shush. Come on. Nope, nope. There we go. There we go. Alright, iron's back up. Let's see, how many hours have I been at it? That's a good question. 4 hours. So this is only my second stream of it. We're headed towards Cosmic Candy. We have avoided whatever that is. I only know it's bad because I saw it shooting fireballs in the distance, so I'm trying to avoid it. We're going to Cosmic Candy. It's got a good gold deposit, hopefully. I've already mined out a couple of the mini planetoids with these guys. I've got my big rock. It's a pretty sizable big rock. It's got some nice stuff on it. In fact, it's got... Nope. It's got... 52,000 carbon, 27,000 iron, 30,000 copper, and 42,000 aluminum. So this rock will hopefully last me quite some time. And then we've got Cosmic Candy that has a 3,000 gold on it. So, oh, we've got Zeke over here with another 3,000 gold. Okay, that's fairly close. Maybe we'll go by and swoop up and pick up Zeke as well. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hey, cat. Hi. Hello. Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Alright. Well, while we're still on the way to Cosmic Candy, very slowly, mind you, I haven't bothered adding more thrust, we're going... Oh, hey. I can see it. I can see it outside of the icon. It's there. But we're going to take a quick peek at how the launch is doing. We're gonna be watching the launch today. And we've got a lovely shot of it's ground. We've got a lovely shot of ground crew. I don't know exactly what they're doing currently, but they're doing something. Not a terribly exciting shot at the moment, so we're gonna come back over to here. Yes, the Artemis launch. The launch that will be testing various systems on our next moon flight. We have a moon project in place, so it's testing the SLS launcher. It's testing the Orion spaceship. I don't know exactly what else they've got on there. I haven't read all the details just yet, but I do love a good space launch, and it's one of the first non-SpaceX ones that we've had in quite some time. So I was excited for it. Alright, so you guys are coming along nicely. We have a little bit of a hiccup here. We have a hiccup because these got rotated. Oh, you can actually rotate all of them. That's neat. I didn't realize, so if I selected all three of these, I can rotate all of them at the same time. That's handy. Neato. Neato keen. Alright. Ooh, we got 1,000 carbon. That's nice. So you're done again. Well, damn it. I don't like moving these things. I hate it. So maybe once we get to Cosmic Candy and get sorted over there, I might take a moment and just pause in space for a bit to do some upgrades. I just really wanted to get over to Cosmic Candy because I like the name and because it's got gold. So let's move this guy. How big is this deposit still? If we move with this direction, that'll work. Okay. Okay. That'll be fine. So give me you. And I need a few more platforms. That should do. Alright, and then let's get you connected back up to the grid, however that's going to happen. That should be fine. Oh no, you're gonna stop because I did it the wrong way. There we go. Alright, we're moving along. Moving along. You guys are doing fine. You guys are doing fine. You're not emptying as quickly as I'd like you to, but that's fine too. We have you. I have not been getting copper. I don't have a copper mine set up. I probably should. Because my copper collection is 360. So that's all I've got. I probably should do some of that. Oh hey, we're down below the plane. What did I do? That would be why. I forgot I had that on a downward face. That's fine. We're gonna go to Cosmic Candy. And it looks like we've got a mini planetoid over there. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I'm definitely digging it so far. We definitely got a lot going for us. What are you? You're a floor. You're a floor. You're a floor. You're a floor. Okay. So we need to do some expanding. I don't know if I want to do any down or up. I think we'll probably do some multi-level just for fun. I also want a few more of the auto asteroid collectors so I don't have to rely solely on getting this stuff going all the time. Maybe we even set them just to focus on coal. I don't know. Probably should have them focus on gold, honestly, just make sure that the gold gets collected. We're getting there. Alright, I'm probably going to collect Cosmic Candy on this side here, so that I have these two faces to expand out if I want to. I was debating on putting it on this side, so we've got the platform between the two planetoids, but I don't know. We'll see when we get over there about what's available. Essentially my first playthrough, I played a little bit of the demo, about an hour of it, just enough to know that I really wanted to play more of it. So this is my first playthrough since it came out. Alright, we'll get you going a little bit that way. Alright, coming along. Yeah, coming along. So down there is, yeah, these two are planetoids, or planets, I guess. And we're fine, I think. I don't need either of those, I don't believe. Cosmic Candy's coming up. So I need to build more docking station. I'm still pretty sure I want to do it right here. So let's see, where's my docking station? I need 2 more copper plates. Two more copper plates. Let's do 5? Also, I entirely forgot about this thing here to make my stuff. So that was brilliant of me. It's fine. Alright, we're on track. Everything's running at low efficiency because I'm not producing nearly enough power for the thrusters and everything else going on. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate indeed. Yeah, being able to rotate the ship would be nice. And maybe they'll do that at some point. Since this has some similar elements to Raft, when Raft was first being developed, it didn't have any ship rotation either. Or at the very least, there was ship rotation, but you could only do it by accidentally bouncing off an island. So maybe either they're going to add it later, or you know, with enough player feedback, they might add rotation at some point. Because it would be nice to have, you know, 5-10 thrusters on one face, and then a couple thrusters for rotation, so you could do like more proper forward-facing movement. I do wonder if they have any plans for that kind of stuff in the future. Would be nice. Alright, coming up on Cosmic Candy. We're gonna put this... Right, never got my things. Why are you not making plates? Because I never put any friggin' copper in you, that's why. Here, let's put some copper. And let's even put some iron. Let's not put you on infinite for now. Okay. So you can be right there. Yeah. I'll remove these. We need to go a little bit down. That's already too much down. Hello, Sparkle. I am getting very cramped, and I was planning on doing some base expansion as soon as we docked here. But yeah, maybe I'll extend out the dock a little bit as well. Hello, Gila. Hello, kitty. So, Sparkle, how you liking the new game? Alright, we're getting close. We're getting close. I think this is a fine place to stop. Right about... Yeah. I love that there's zero inertia. If we're not thrusting, we're not going. You found a dismembered otter. That's unfortunate. For the otter? Probably? Let's see, what are you? You are a large rock. Okay, so we have a lovely little volcanic thingy going on here. You're also a large rock. Wonderful. How's the scan looking? Gold. Copper. Copper. Gold. You know that there's luckily only 2 gold deposits, which means they'll be fairly easy to collect because they're all kind of clumped together. I can dig it. I can dig it. I can also see us scavenging the hell out of this place and then dropping it off in an ocean somewhere. And by an ocean, I mean a black hole. If we're not thrusting, we're not going. Yes, indeed. Yeah, let's grab this. Hey, Keelan. Hey, you. Okay. So one thing I'm missing is the destruction and recycling method. I just destructed that thing. I did not get my copper plates back. I did not get my iron plates back. Ah, this is what I was missing. I totally, like, blanked on even seeing this section here. I has a dumb. It's fine. How do you use these? Like, do they get used if you place them? So let's go with number 7 because I have the storage container. So if I place you there, it does get used. Okay, good. You don't have to recycle them. You can just replace them. They just go right back in your recycling inventory. That's the part I was missing. I didn't know where the hell those were going. Okay, so we're good. Let's make an extendo platform. What do I want to make it out of? Do I even care? At the moment, I don't think the answer is useful. I think maybe we just start here. Well, I mean, I'm on the destruction job by our robot friend. I just haven't done it yet. So maybe it is explained and I just haven't been doing it. Maybe that's a thing. It's probably fine. But before I get going too much here, what is this? Are you just a little planetoid? What are you? What do you have on you? You just have a big old iron ore vein. That's cool. We'll take you in under my wing. You know what? Let's go ahead and just build that recycling thing. I don't have anywhere to put it at the moment, but you know, I can go over here fine. Here, let's put you right there. That's fine. I did the thing. Hey, bud, do you have anything to say about that? You good? Use recycling machine to collect resources back. Remember that more expensive devices restore only 80% of production cost. Okay, so how do I use you? How do I use you? You are a recycling doodad. And I put one of these things in there. Here, let's put 2. Just 2 cables. That's all we need. Let's just test it out. We're getting a cable back. That's great. It's fine. I got materials back, I'm assuming. There, we did the mission. Completely irrelevant, but I did it. Goodbye. I don't need you. Hi, friend. How you doing? So, this guy wants me to do more height extenders, foundations, and floors. So, let's do that. Let's do that thing that he wants me to do, because now we're at the point where I'm supposed to be doing that. Where's my foundations? Foundations. Okay, fine. It's not in there. Floor. Foundation. So these are all different varieties of height extenders. Neat. Oh. To create and extend the surface of the colony. I don't have any of those things. So we need carbon rods, we need whatever that is. Do I even have the tech? I do have the tech. 7. 6, 7, 6, 7. You know what? I am not seeing costs. Where's my costuses? How much do you cost me? This is just the construction quest. Just enlarge your station. Which I definitely plan on doing at some point. I just want to get him to shut up. So I need to construct foundations, 5 of them. But I can't because I don't even know what the hell that material is. What is that material? This material. Steel screws. Ah, okay. That could definitely have been explained better too. This has already consumed my resources, but I'm going to take my iron rods back. Get them later. You can have my iron rods. And let's make... It's 1 per foundation, so I need 1 iron rod to make 3 steel screws, so let's make 10. Sure. So you're making me steel screws, so we can start expanding the foundation. I also would like... Actually, I would like to know, can I disconnect this and then just float away a little bit to make some more space and then reconnect? Probably would work just the same as the initial connection worked. Ah, hello. Go ahead. Power. Power is a problem. So maybe we'll extend this out just a little bit as well, just to have some more space. I think, ultimately, I would like to have maybe a handful of smelters on a lower floor and have these guys connected. Like this could be my lower floor, and then we'll build up. And then we would have all the smelters and stuff here. We'd have the asteroid collectors on the top floor. I don't think they need to have visibility to space. I've seen a couple screenshots of these like being completely enclosed, but I want them to be visible because it makes more sense that way. Then these would be on top, and they would be filtering their resources down through like a hole in the floor into the smelters. We'd have some storage, all sorts of fun stuff. We'll get there, and we're gonna park here for a little bit. I don't need to go anywhere else, and then we'll see if we can get some building done. Also, I really like that. And that. They look like they're nebula clouds that are really close, and they look neat. I like that they're so close. But anywho, I'm getting easily distracted, as per usual. Do I have my stuff? Almost. We're almost done getting my stuff. And while we wait for that, let's go take a peek at this. Well, we got some intro to the Artemis mission. Nice. Lovely.
You are looking at the world's most powerful rocket and Orion spacecraft live on launch pad 39B. Artemis I embodies the hard work of thousands across the world, determined to explore for the benefit of all. Welcome, and thank you for joining us live at Kennedy Space Center, where the energy here is palpable as we attempt to make history.
So we got
today.
2 hours till the Artemis launch, and so far from what I've been hearing,
Kayla,
everything's green.
Have you here again.
So awesome.
So this is good.
Well, some of you may know this, but Kayla served as a mission specialist for...
I'm going to keep them muted, but let's keep them on camera here just for funsies. If anyone wants to watch, and if they want to listen on their side, we've got the link right there to NASA's YouTube page. Okay. Nice. going on here? Ah, this thing outputs the back side. Okay, got it. Got it. I would love to see greater control over the automation. For example, if I wanted to have, you know, 50 iron plates available at all times. I've seen methods to do that in various other games. With Factorio, for example, you could have the output set to a box, and you could have all of the slots in the box marked off as not usable, so you have one stack available of whichever material at any given time, and it would just kind of auto-limit itself. In Space Engineers, you could do scripting to say, you know, always keep X amount of crafted materials on hand at all times, so they would just auto-craft as you use them. So I'd love to see stuff like that. You might be able to accomplish that with logic, but the logic from what I'm seeing is kind of sort of limited. We've got filters, pushers, blockers, and splitters. That's it. Oh, there are arithmetic blocks. Okay, so that's a thing. And maybe some of my suggestions are just further on in the list here. Maybe I just haven't gotten there yet. Also, apparently, I haven't even unlocked the friggin' foundation block yet. I don't have 15 science. I don't have 15 brain science. Probably should do more brain science. I need some of that. Hey, Gila. Hey, Gila. Shush. Alright, what else do we got here? We got transport tubes, decorations, space science, metallurgy, signals. We got inventory sensors and deciders. Perfect. Inventory sensor and decider would be what we're looking for. Because that would be an inventory sensor that should be able to detect items by quantity perhaps, or at least by type. And it says, you know, if there is a thing in here, send out a signal. And the decider could be the thing that either controls your machines to turn them on and off, or whatever. But this looks about right. And arithmetic would let you count quantities, perhaps, or do at least math on quantities. So this is good. We got some stuff potential in the future. I need more brain science. What was the brain science cost again? Oh, just copper and iron. I'm a little bit slim on copper, so I probably should get some of that going. Probably should get some of that going. Okay. I'm pretty sure these are all done. Yep, these are all done. So these all need to be moved. Do we have a copper that's readily available on the surface? Yes. This one's readily available. Do we have any closer? Do we have any that's anywhere near the start? That one, it's kind of far down, but we could dig to it if we need to. Maybe we dig to it. Maybe we dig to it. There's also a little tiny ping of aluminum there. Oh, hey, look at that. Further down, that away, you can see the other friggin' planets and their resources. That's a little bit of a stretch, but that means our scanner's awesome. All right, let's get to digging. So we need to go right about here. And I don't know if there's an easier way to do this. Hey Gila. Hey Gila. I need you to chill, sir. Okay, found the copper. Now we just need to diggy hole. And that stops right about there, so that's good. Okay. I love how these flowers count as rocks. That's amazing. Hey, Gita. Shut your face, sir. I'm just digging. I'm just digging at this point. That's fine. Messed up there, messed up there, messed up there, and there. And I may end up needing to widen this out just a little bit, but this is at least a good first start. There we go. So let's get the miner. About there. Looks like I might need to take it out a little bit more on this side anyway. There we go. Alright, so let's do all of the things. Keep pushing the wrong damn buttons. Let's see. There, that'll do. So you go down there. You go that. Nope. Wrong way. Fine, I'll just rotate you. You go that way, you go. Damn! Run out. Need more plates. You know what? Sure. Give me more plates. And give me more screws. Just all of the things. Just make it all. Ah, losing control. Alright, then we need power. Oh, I don't have any cables. Give me some of those. There we go. Alright, and then you just need some of this stuff. Good. Get me copper. Oh, I am definitely looking forward to solar panels for sure. Okay, so we have more science to do. Nope, nope, I don't want all of that. How about 40? Sure. 40. Give me science, please. Alright, science-wise, we have 7 science. We're gonna get our foundations as soon as the science gets up to 15. And then we'll start... Oh, but solar energy is next. Well, that's tempting. That was real tempting. Now, how much do we need foundations? Because I've been able to build floors off. No problem. What's the... Is there... Do I need foundations? Feels like I don't need foundations. It says I need to construct 5 foundations and 5 height extender columns. So I'm going on what the questie says. Probably should just do the columns. I don't have any of those. Cool. Let's see. I need carbon and I need plates. Let's do 20, just 40, and that'll make us some iron rods again. Because I'm cooking them all up into here and stuff. We got steel screws incoming. Probably don't need that many steel screws, but you know, it's good to have them. Foundations just got unlocked. This is great. I'm going to go ahead and queue up solar next. Advanced mining would be fan-friggin-tastic. Let's do solar first. Let's get the power situation available so we can then afford to do the advanced mining. Alright, I've got pillars. We can do pillars. Let's do pillar. 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 Yeah, we'll extend more after that, as we need to. But yes, I need 5 foundations next. I do have the foundations unlocked now, so I think that's in here. I have 1 rod. I need to get more rod. More rod. Foundations. 5 foundations. Is this my center point? I think that's my center point. There. 5 foundations. I did it. I don't know exactly what I need that for, since we seem to be able to build flooring out any distance as long as it's supported, but that's fine. What do you want now? Robots will automate your space station. Construct a robots assembler now. I mean, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Where's my robots assembler? Where's my robots assembler? Robots assembler. Sure, why not? Let's do it. Oh, that's huge. That's freaking ginormous. Where's my power? Power. That side. Power. Friggin' robots. How do they work? Transport bot is the only way to deliver goods to devices without conveyor belts like the canteen. Ah, I see. Well, let's get one of them buggers going. So you cost 2 hydrogen and 6 copper plates. Okay, I happen to have those things. I have those things. There. I have little robots. Hi, little guy. Aren't you neat? Look at them. They're adorable. They're all like skittery and stuff. Neat. Does it still consume power when it... Oh, it does. Even though it's not moving. Okay. Good to know. Do we have anything else that consumes power when it's not doing stuff? Like you? Yeah, you do indeed consume power when not doing stuff. Alright, let's turn some stuff off. Okay. Everything's good. You consume power when not doing stuff. You consume power when not doing stuff. Oh yeah, no, I fully plan on updating my power supply here. This was a half-assed measure at best. Once I start beefing up a little bit, I'll definitely have to expand that. Okay, so is 4 height high enough for my next floor? Do I want higher? Also, let's extend out a little ways. Let's extend out by just 5. That'll do. And then maybe we do the same thing on this side just for funsies. Those are real expensive, just saying. 233 solar panels on your main platform. Nice. Okay, you buddy can go to sleep for now. We'll deal with the canteen situation later. Actually, hang on. Can I attract planetoid? You. Give me. There we go. I didn't know that was going to be close enough, but it is, thankfully. I don't need it, but it's got iron on it. I might as well steal the iron. Hello, Gila. How are you, Gila? We are in a power low situation over here. However, you're done. And you're done. So you can stay power low for now. You are almost done. Good, good. Oh, you're almost done, but that's as far down as you can go. I don't think I've ever hit the depth mark before on these. Alright, alright. So it's time to move this buddy and get him going on the last bit over here. Okay. I need to stop hitting C. That's my scan. You know what I should do? Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to do a thing. Controls. Fly down is going to be C. And scan is going to be the left alt. I'm going to swap those out. Because left alt does not mean down to me in any other game ever. There we go. Okay. So C is, yeah. C can be down. I'm used to either C or control being down. And I can deal with that. Alt down is not a thing I can deal with. I've been failing at that miserably. Okay, so we've got those things there. We've got this thing that's out of power and needs to be moved anyway, so that'll be fine. We've got this thing that needs to be moved because it's just too high up, so we need to move it down. Let me start digging. Dig, 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 diggy, dig. Diggy, diggy hole. Dig, dig, there we go. Okay, let's you delete. Alright, so we need to build out like right here. I think I need to place the miner like right here. I don't think I can put a platform on the ore, so can I... No, I need to dig down from like this level here. That'll do? Yeah, perfect. Perfect, right there. That's what I'm looking for. And then I'm just gonna diggy. Just to make sure that I know that that's right there to pull that out later if needed. And then we need to kill those. Howdy Knight, how you doing? We are currently watching the Artemis launch prep phases and playing some Astro Colony. How you doing? Alright, so you're mining. I just need to get conveyor belt going here. Oh. Well, it doesn't like that. Alright, fine. There we go. That's better. Nice, nice. Yeah, I figured I'd just stick with the source. Straight NASA. Alright, more stuff coming. More stuff happening. We're doing good. Alright, let's do... more plates. More plates. More plates? More plates. Alright, so you're making more iron rods. I'll be able to expand out a little bit more. But for right now, let's do floor. I don't know how relevant floor is. Also, I'm not sure I like that floor. What other floors do we got? We got floor with stripes. We got floor silver. Which I think... No, okay. That's not quite the same. Floor matte black. We got floor metal gray. I think that's this one. I do like that one. I like that one a lot. Oh, yep, they're doing stuff. Hang on. I don't see any other detail about leaving the pad currently. Might be some stuff happening in the background. Currently we have this lovely fluff piece on Artemis going. Alright, so I like this piece. I like this piece a lot. So let's do that. That's this one. We'll put that over that floor. And we may deal with more aesthetics later, but I like that floor for now. So what's this one? What does this one look like? Nah, that's fine. Alright, let's kill all of these. Kill that. Kill those. Ah, generic floor. Perfect. I was hoping it'd be generic floor. Generic floor means I don't need to worry about the individual types of flooring that I'm putting down. Oh, night. You're close enough to be able to potentially see it? That's pretty neato. Ah, Rock. Hi. Hi, Rock. How you doing? Alright, so floor. Floor. We got floor. And I'm even going to come over here and do some floor. Where's our center point? Right there. There. Floor. Yeah, we got floor. Approximately 80 miles. That's still... It's a hell of a lot closer than me. Stealing planets. Yoink. Planet stolen. Or mini planetoid stolen. Alright, where's your ore? Oh, good god. Okay, that was not the best place to put that. Alright, cool. Let's undock you. Get rid of you. Can I put you over here instead? Perfect. That'll do. I didn't realize that that iron vein was so chunky. Alright, let's do mine. And mine needs to go there? Sure, that looks good. Alright, get you some power going. That's not even the right direction for power. Alright, mine going. Oh, you've got visibility range graphs and everything. That's neat. I am far too far away to have any access to that type of information. Or for that to be relevant at all. Space Twitter! Alright, so maybe we do another floor up. Where's my pillars? Where's my pillars? There's my pillars. 5 high, I think, might be good. For all the various stuff that we're doing down here. Because then we can start making floors. Like, all the way out here. Obviously, that isn't going to cut it. But we'll have floors that we can work with. Hey, you know what? That'll do for now. It's not fantastic, but it'll do. Okay. So little robot guys, you are... probably going to need to construct the canteen before this thing tells me how to use the robots, but for right now all I see is robots. I have an astronaut listing? Oh, they're just listed as astronauts. Okay. What? I pushed buttons. Oh god, what did I do? Oh god, what did I do? Stop. I don't know what I did. I pushed a button. It's fine. Probably. Maybe. Alright, so let's get some more plates going. How about 100? For fuck's sake. Oh dear. Alright, that's fine. It's fine. Let's go ahead and clear out some of that backlog, perhaps. Dirt, stone. That can go in my pocket. That can go in my pocket. Can we even smelt aluminum ore? That is not a thing we can do in this box here. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that just back in the storage box because I can't do anything with it at the moment. Probably some sort of advanced smelting practice. All right, so we have this thing here. We have our extension. So let's do that dock. Apparently that dock is a little bit on the big side. I wasn't expecting that. It's fine. I look up and there's just Buzz Lightyear on the screen. It's fine. Alright, so what do we got over here for buildable spaces? We got this tiny little place here that we can flatten out. This is probably a good spot right here. I don't want it to be too close and bumping into this planet though. So maybe this edge would work? Or maybe I just truly do need to have the planet docked on this side. I also should extend out this a little bit so it reaches further out. I might even dock lower on the planetoid. because we've got this little jutting out section here that would also give me a little bit of an expansion that we can work with. I didn't even think of putting floor on the planet. I just was thinking in terms of carving out a space for it on the planet. Derp. That's fine. I'm just waiting for more materials to build up. I need these. So let's do that then. I'm curious if this is going to be my low point. Is there even a concern about doing anything with that? Like, do I want to tunnel through? Because tunneling through would be kind of neat. If I could tunnel through, then we could have more of our item transport just kind of flat through the middle here. That would be kind of neato. It would have zero purpose whatsoever, but it would be neat. So that tunnel would be like roughly here. I kind of want to do it, as stupid as it is. I kind of want to do it. Because it would be completely irrelevant to anything useful. But if we build out to this little nubbin here, that would give me a little bit more distance. And then we would be able to build out maybe on this little nubbin here, give me a little bit more distance. They'd be able to stay further apart. I do like diggy diggy hole. I do. What is this thing? What are you? What are you? You're not a device. Oh, you are a device. Oh, that's the canteen. Okay. That was a very weird looking canteen, I gotta say. So let's see about diggy diggy hole. So if we start here, diggy 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 hole. So then this would be straight across. Now this is irrelevant. It doesn't need to be down at this level, but I kind of wanna. I think it needs to be 3 high for it to be relatively player interactable. It's not very cooperative when it comes to digging on flat out surfaces like that. Occasionally it works, but not terribly often. Okay. So we can diggy tunnel. This is good. How far is this tunnel going to take me though? So we're like here. That's quite the project. That is quite the diggy project. Yeah, that's a hell of a project. That might be a longer term goal. For right now, we just need to have space. So let's do space. So if we build platform like right here. Can this fit there? It can. Okay. Good. So then we undocky. And we redocky. Wonderful. Alright. Let's do just a little bit more work here, because it just doesn't look right. Why did the music suddenly get tense? What happened? What did I do? What did I do? Give me my diggy tool. Give me my diggy tool. There we go. I don't like how it doesn't like to give me my diggy tool. You have to like point it at something that can be dug for it to give you the diggy tool. V is the diggy tool? Oh, weird. I didn't know that. I was just going purely on the contextual, which generally works. Like if I point at this, it gives me the diggy tool. It doesn't like to work on diagonal faces though. Like it'll typically work on flat spaces. Sometimes. But yeah, inconsistent. But V is good to know. I won't remember it, but it's good to know. Oh hey, we got an explanation by the Mr. Man here. Hang on.
Bottom that's going to be needed when we start making our maneuvers around the moon to get into what's known as distant retrograde orbit, or DRO. To do that, we're going to do the outbound powered flyby, dipping in about 70 or 80 miles off the lunar surface, really pushing with that large engine. That's going to slingshot us around. We're going to do a final orbit insertion maneuver, and then we will be in DRO, distant retrograde orbit, this dotted line right here. Distant, we're about 40,000 miles off the lunar surface, and retrograde because the moon orbits the Earth in a counterclockwise fashion. We're going to be going clockwise, opposite retrograde. It's a very stable orbit, doesn't require a lot of energy to maintain your space there, really lets us put Orion through the paces, learn about using this spacecraft in deep space. But eventually it'll be time to come home. We'll fire up the engines once more, do a departure burn. This is what commits us from departing the moon and heading back home. We'll dip in close to the surface once more for the return powered flyby and execute correction burns on the return transit.
So we have our second planet docked
in the Pacific Ocean.
It's lovely.
Before that happens, the spacecraft separate. The European service module's job is done. It drops away to burn up, revealing the heat shield. This is goal number one for this flight, is testing that heat shield at lunar return velocities, because when we hit the upper atmosphere, we're going to be moving more than 20,000 miles an hour, heating that up to more than 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So really need to make sure that that can withstand that heat of re-entry. After it makes it through, parachutes deploy, Orion splashes down in the Pacific, a Navy ship and other recovery assets are standing by to pick it up out of the water and bring it in to the first mission in the Artemis program. So that's all still going to unfold. It all starts with launch today, though, so let's get back to the countdown.
Oh, God.
Over to you, Megan.
The floor space needed.
Our return to the moon
Oh,
would
God.
not be possible without our partners across the country and the world. So joining us now is Frank Davina, head of ESA's European Astronaut Center. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Well, so I want to ask you, talk to me about Airbus and how
we're gonna meet these guys again. I just wanted to see that bit about the actual mission itself. Okay, so this can go away. This is obviously going to need to be repositioned once I get my diggy hole done. And this one will probably be repositioned as well at some point. But we've got 2 planets now. I have stolen them. They are mine. Now, are these actually planets or are they planetoids? Are they itty bitty? Or are they counted as larger? I think they're counted as planetoids, but not mini planetoids. But I don't know. Alright, let's see. So you've got 4,000 gold. You've got aluminum. You've got uranium. So we've got Cosmic Candy that has 3,400 gold. And we've got Ned that's got lots and lots of aluminum. So I did want to go back to... It's not on my list anymore. Damn it. Hey, Geetha. Hey, Geetha. Stop. That one's got some titanium. So we got Zeke over here that's got some gold. We've got Botarechu. Baltarek Goo, sure. That one's got 4,000 gold, so those would be worth taking the gold from. So how do I go about finding my previous planet? The one that I wanted that had 20-something thousand titanium on it, because I wanted to make sure I got that, but I didn't think about it in time. I think it's going to be spatially that way, like cosmic north that way. So maybe we pick up the 2 gold planets and then go back for it? I don't know. What do you guys think? Any thoughts on picking up the 2 gold-bearing planets and then going off in search of that titanium planet again? Because again, I don't know if I need titanium anytime soon, but that's a lot of titanium to get access to. Alright, so these are 5 wide. I think I'm going to start building up here. So I need at least that much. I would love to have more access to floor up here, though. Hey, look, I got more access to floor. Hey, look, I got more floor. Oh, that's good. Alright, let's turn these guys off. And get them moved, perhaps, get some more space going. Maybe I'll build the 2 new ones first, because I want at least 4. I need more plates. Good dig, nabbit. Need more plates. Okay, so the output of these is where it gets a little bit challenging. And I was wondering about how to do that. I don't have an easy answer to that. So we'll do one there. And let's build another layer of floor. Actually, I think I need 2 layers of floor. Of course, I started building over here and stretched it over that way, and it started building from that side instead. Yeah, that's part of why I wanted to go up another floor level, because it would let me more easily manage running through the floor. So I've got this 5 high thing here that I'll be able to use. So this floor piece will end up going away, for example. More floor. Alright, so then... Nope, this button. So then you can be here. And those 2 are facing opposite directions. They're already pulling in asteroids, and I haven't even plugged them in yet. That's fine, you do the thing. Now these guys are going to be trickier. Hey, sir. Sir. Shush your face. Shush face. And maybe I just don't worry about their angle facing. Maybe I will worry about the angle facing, because I want them to be able to reach from all 4 directions. So we need them facing, you know, the various arcs, but then that leaves the conveyor systems to be a royal pain in the ass, because they're only 2 sides, and you can't really easily change that. So these ones, for example, here, let me move these guys. Can you guys just stop doing what you're doing? Can you stop? Stop. Alright, so you guys get deleted. And then they get placed back up here. So let's do... here... and here. Yeah, and that's kind of what I was wondering, is do I really need to worry about which way they're facing? And if I'm not going to worry about which way they're facing, then I can more easily worry about which way the belts are going. So I don't know. Yeah, let's not worry about the belts. You guys just go in my pocket. I'll take your asteroids too, that's fine. So then these, I will have them on this side. Like so. Delete that one. Delete that one. Get some cables going between them. I don't have any more friggin' cables. Well then, let's steal some cables. No, I don't have any cables I can steal. All right. Here, let's steal all this stuff. I have to redo all this anyway. Microwave dinged with pizza, but you went and opened the fridge to get it. Nice. Way to go. Oh, what is this lovely shot we've got going on here? That...
views, and the moon is always super spherical. You never get these like sort of slices that look kind of flat from Earth. Up there, you see it in 3D. It feels like
just shots from various space missions. Yes, as long as you don't put the milk back in the microwave, you'll be fine. If you are doing that, however, you got some concerns. Oh, for Pete's sake. Alright, fine. Do we have a fabricator that can make cables? Because this one doesn't do it. I mean, I'll pocket craft them for now, but I feel that there's probably a method for that. Maybe a machine I don't have yet. Alright, how are we doing oxygen-wise? We're doing fine. How are we doing hydrogen-wise? Manufacture, do I have that? Do I have that? I have smelter, constructor, advanced constructor, hydrogenator, laboratory, robot assembler, manufacturer. I do have it. I don't remember getting it. Well, let's build it. Let's build it attached to something, hopefully. There, you can go right there. That's fine. Manufacturer. Yeah, you're more efficient at making copper wires. Wonderful. You stop. You stop. You make me... it's enough copper wires for now, isn't it? No, it's not. We need... I don't know. Give me 20 more. Do it. Oh, it's plates. Plates to wires. Got it. Okay, never mind. Plates to wires. Okay, so we got belts. At least we got the beginnings of belts. Let's get just the start of the belt out. Still don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it all yet. I might put my smelting up here, just because. But at the very least, right now I got to get power to these guys so they can start moving again. Right, never finished this line. And these can go right through the floor, can't they? Yeah, they can. All right. I didn't need to delete the floor space. That's good to know. Five to 6 catchers per smelter. That's good to know. I'm still dealing with other mineral sources, so that's a thing. Alright, so you're powered. Let me also refloor that spot. There we go. Wait a second. Wait a second. Nope, nope. Brain's just doing brain things. Don't worry about it. There we go. They're all connected up. They're all doing the thing. There we go. We just doubled the intake of these things. And I might end up doing another line. The thing that I'm missing is the belts. The belts do not transport stuff fast enough. So there's probably a method to that. I think I saw a faster belt. Let's take a peek where the belt's hiding. Where are the belts hiding? Paths. So there is a pro conveyor belt. There's also transport pipes, which are probably faster. I have no bloody clue, but there are faster transport methods. But as of right now, definitely belts are not fast enough. So belting out of these might not even be something I'd bother with. Maybe I'll just manually transfer stuff to smelters for now. But what I was thinking is another round of these guys in between. Because we got enough room, and then we can have so many more asteroids collected. And you know what? I have the materials for most of it. I kind of want to do it, but I also kind of don't want to overload my power system. Yeah, we're already at 85% efficiency with just those 4 running. I could turn off the manufacturers, because I'm not using them at the moment. Meow? There we go. That's pretty much all my system has the power to manage at the moment, though. Did solar unlock? Solar did not finish unlocking. I need more basic science. No, I still need more. Still need more brain science. I need 20 brain science. I only have 10. So let's feed the machine. Let's do, I don't know, 50. And it doesn't even take power? Am I reading that right? Oh, it just didn't update the UI. Okay, that's fine. So we are a little bit low on power. Maybe I need to add another doodad. That's not the right direction, you idiot. There we go. It's also not the right button, you idiot. Alright, let's do 50? 50. Okay. So we're good for the moment. You are done. Please do not continue digging rock, please. Stop. Alright, we need you to move. You can move. This forward would be the easiest. Hey, solar. Wonderful. Okay, solar unlocked. This is good. Let's take you. Alright, where's my smelter? Smelter. I'll just put you up here for now. Only 15 copper? What the hell happened? Did I run out of power? Oh. I ran out of copper. Alright. I guess I need to push this forward some more. Hi, Gila. Hi, kitty. Yeah, so I just push it forward out to here. Yeah, then we need just 2 more conveyors. Good. It's happening. It's happening. If I had realized that that copper wasn't doing anything worthwhile, I would have moved that ages ago. These guys are less of a concern. We'll get there eventually. Not worried about them at the moment. Okay, so let's get materials transporting. Yeah, I would be happy with setting and forgetting the bots for sure. Transport bots, so miner drones. So that's the next unlock I want to do. But we need science for that. Okay, never mind. Not that one. Hangar. Rover. I haven't found anywhere worth driving on yet. Alright, whatever. Vertical construction. Colonist training. Now I suspect that I need this training to get a scientist? I'm not sure. We're gonna do it anyway. And then here's the aluminum smelting. Okay, good. Okay. Yes, robot, I know you want me to build school. I am not ready for school yet. Go sleep. Silly robot. Okay, power line straight over here. I mean, those thrusters are absolutely not efficiently placed, and that might not even work. It might, who knows, but it's fine. We got power turned off, or we got all of the power sucking machines turned off. You can probably turn off, although I probably need more science coming in. How am I doing science-wise? I have 3. We need more science. Nope. Let's do 100. This is definitely starting to eat into my supplies here. Oxygen, it's doing fine. It's doing great even. Hydrogen, I don't need it at the moment. Hello, Trix. Hello, welcome. Let's take a quick peek. We are 52 minutes out from launch. I'm waiting for them to get to a point where we can see rockety things happening, because that's more where I'm interested. I would love to be able to watch all of these pre-shows and stuff like that, but they go pre-show for hours. I just don't have time for that. Alright, so we've started building up. What does it cost me to make solar? Meow. Solar. Gold wire. Okay. So gold wire would be in here. Out of gold plate, which is here. Which is just a 1-to-1. Alright. Let's do some of that. I have some gold. Let's do, I don't know, 5. 5 is a good start. Why not? Give me gold. And turn on. I do like some of that AFK stuff. That would be nice. That was actually one reason I almost played a little bit this off stream, but I didn't want to do too much progression off stream, and I knew I would want to. But once we get to a point where we can do a little bit of idle mining, then yeah, we'll probably do some of that. All right, so these guys produce 10 each. Solar panels. Doesn't say. Cool. Let's turn these into wire. On. Right, on is the thing we need. You can go back off for power saving. 1 power each. Oh, okay. I mean, I didn't think they'd be fantastic, but still. So it's 3 cables per, so I'm going to end up with 1 extra wire, but that's fine. We'll make 3 of them. Not terribly relevant at the moment, but it'll be fine. How you doing? You doing good? Yeah, you're doing great. So, how do the solar panels work? Where are the solar panels on my bar here? They're not even on my friggin' bar. Alright, fine. I probably should reorient my bars. I keep not doing it, and it's bugging me. So how about we reorient my bars? We'll have utilities. We'll do carbon generator first. We'll do solar. We'll keep that on 3. I don't think I need those things just yet, so we'll have icebreaker, water cell, water pipe, and then we'll do oxygen and hydro generator as this half of that, and then this bar we'll do conveyor belts, flooring. Is that my floor? Yeah, metal grade floor. We'll do conveyor belts, we'll do flooring, we'll do asteroid catcher, drill. Wait. You built a basement and put all of your solar panels under everything else. I don't think that's how solar is supposed to work. But I have a suspicion that it works anyway. Let's do storage, and then maybe we'll do the docking stations. So we've got power and water over here. We got item movement and item storage and mining here. I don't know if I need any others to focus on, because those are really my 3 big ones. Maybe we'll do pillars and stuff over here. This is also logic, so I guess it doesn't really fit, but we'll figure it out. That's fine. Logic will probably end up going on my number 3 tab. No, Demos. The launch is in 50-something minutes. It is just about midnight. At least I thought it was going to be like 6 minutes after midnight, but according to the launch timer, we were 56 minutes out last I looked, so that would put it a little bit before midnight. This one, let's refresh it. I think this one is the same feed as the NASA one. Yeah, this one, okay. Are we still on? No, we weren't even on high quality. Good, let's do higher quality. She has some fantastic teeth. It's 1 a.m. Eastern. At least that's the last timing I saw listed. So it's 1 a.m. Eastern Florida time, which is then midnight here. I don't know if there's a NASA stream without people talking. So we've got the Artemis page here, and about the mission and all that fun stuff. And every page that I've been able to find linked is like the NASA live page. which then points you to NASA's official stream, which is like the full production experience, which with all the intermediate videos and the people talking and stuff like that. Once we get closer to the launch, they'll switch over, I'm sure, pretty much just pure thingies, shots of the launch pad and all that stuff. But for right now, we get the people talking, explaining the mission and stuff. Yeah, well, Artemis launch, 45 minutes. Yeah, I would love to just have the feed. Inside me are two women talking. And now I'm a cartoon. Now I'm a cartoon. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Every once in a while you just got a cartoon. "45 minutes, Kinder. 45 minutes. Alright, so science is happening. Science is happening. I now have 50 brain science. This is good. So vertical construction gives me stairs, ladders, and stuff. I'm not concerned about that yet. I'm also not really concerned about the hangar and the rover, so maybe I just don't bother with that. I would love to get the advanced mining, but I think we're soon to be at a stopping point. I mean, we can still progress further a little bit here. We can do biology, carbon filters, biology science, sure. We'll do that. Oh, biology. And now we gotta construct the farm. We're not ready for that yet. That's not even unlocked yet. But we now have biology science, which is probably gonna require a person. It requires a person. Yep, okay. This is fine. We're just unlocking stuff. Then we also have decoration and space science. So let's unlock space science. Space science is unlocked. And now, aside from this decoration one and hangar and vertical construction, we have unlocked everything that we can currently access without people. So now I have to get people. Ugh. Gross people. Alright, let's move this guy, because I think he's done. Where is the next place to move it? I think if we rotate 90 degrees and go here, that'll be good. Alright, stop you. Take all of your things. Steal you. Build you up again. Right there. Get you moving again. Power, you're fine. Sleep. I haven't even started mining over here. Jeez, I am wasting brain. I do need gold. Now that we've discussed the gold situation with all of those solar panels coming in. So I do need gold. I'm actually going to take this offline. So, I need gold. There's a gold over there. And the other gold is over here. Where'd it go? Gold. Let's take the little one first, because that's perfect size. Let's mine down to it. Alright, it's bigger than I thought, which is fine. Goes over a little bit more. Okay, so we have a roughly 4x3 area. So if I hit it from both sides, it'll be good. What's that, Kinder? What is your random question? So yeah, it's 4x3. So I'll be 2x3 over here, 2x3 over there. I might even do 2 different miners, get them both going. Yeah, let's do that. Stupid planet, getting in my way. Okay, so we build mine here. And then we build other mine over here. Favorite Christmas movie thing? I don't really have one. I've never really been like huge on the Christmas holiday. I mean, I typically listen to a Bing Crosby album at Mom's. We usually find some random Christmassy thing to watch, but it's rarely ever the same. Okay, so we got 2 miners. We're gonna hook them up power-wise. How much do these things use? They use 3. Okay, so I could conceivably set them up with solar, but it's fine. We'll do a regular. We'll do a regular thing. We're gonna make a space for a regular thing. God, these are bigger than I thought. Alright. Space for a regular thing. Ah, for crap's sake. Space for a thing. There we go. Alright, space for a thing. And then we'll give it, I don't know, 100. There we go. Those guys are set up. These guys are coming along. Okay, so what's the next step? What do we gotta do next? I need to focus on people next. So that's pretty much the next step. I think I would like to finish off this top platform though, so all the people stuff can be on this main floor. So we can move up most of our other things. So how much is that gonna cost me? I have 88 iron plates currently. It's probably going to cost me a whole hell of a lot more than that. So let's do, I don't know, 100. Get some iron plates moving. Floor space. Working on floor space. Let's do a couple more pillars on this side just to even it out. Do we have any pillars that I like more? We got this metal pillar, which looks neat. Screen. Ramp? Heavy pillar. Oh, you look kind of neat. See what you look like. Oh, you're a big old pillar. Oh, you're huge. I like it, but it is unfortunately a little bit on the tall side. Okay. Now, does that go into my inventory as a heavy pillar? It does indeed. Wonderful. I was kind of hoping it would be a generic pillar like the rest of them. Pillar SC1. Oh, they look kind of neat too. Unfortunately, all these things look like they're not going to be generic pillars, so I can't easily check. Okay. I kind of dig that one. And these go in my inventory as pillars. Cool. And then what about these ones? I think these are probably the other ones I was interested in. They're alright. They're alright. I think these ones are too generic. So let's kill those. Every damn one of these is going in my inventory as that specific type of pillar. Cool. So it did not work like the floors I thought would work. So let's use these pillars. I think I like these ones the best. Hey, little robot guys, what you doing? Alright. Pillar. Let's put another spot for floor. That inclined column looks like that might be kind of neat too. How big are you? You are a 1x2, it looks like. That'd be kind of neato. You know, this is my biggest issue when I build in games like this. My biggest issue is not wanting to burn resources for decorative stuff while I have important things to build. And then I keep with that mentality, and then I never end up building anything else. I never end up building anything else. That's awful. Alright, let's build you again. Recycle some of those extra doodads. Doodad to recycle. Doodads to recycle. There we go. That'll happen eventually. Alright, now how much gold have we gotten? A lot. Nice. I'll take it. Okay, I'm going to turn off the auto oxygen tank over here. I'm going to turn this guy on. I'm going to start creating some more water, because I think I'll need it soon-ish. Let's do 50. No, that's a lot of water. Let's do 25. Start making me some water, please. Oh, hey, all of our power is about to run out. Let's do another split. Now, these are the solar panels. They are adorable. And I have a suspicion that they're not going to care one way or another which direction they're facing. That may eventually change, but for right now those can go there. Just tapping on a three total additional production. Not a huge thing, but eventually. Alright, T-minus 26 minutes. We're still in the fluff portion of NASA's event. Alright, let's do more gold plates. How about... Sure, even split. We'll do that. We're almost done with our iron plate production as well. And done. Or rather, done. There we go. Alright, Staffy, thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good night. It's a shame you're going to miss the launch, but you can always watch it tomorrow. Ooh, I need these. How many of these do I need? I need some. Some is the answer to that. Let's build some pillars. I don't know how many I need. Oh, I only need 10 pillars. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Alright, too much. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're almost done with the big, tall expansion. My only problem with doing it like this is that I can't easily fly around and do things that I want. I have to actually navigate. Navigating's difficult sometimes, especially for me. More gold is happening. We're just going to leave that for now. Alright, so these guys are working great. I think I do still want a set of 4 more of them to fill out that middle space. We'll move that smelter. But for right now, it's fine. Mainly because I can't produce enough power for them anyway. Because they require 4 power each. I have 40, but I also have other consumption needs. Currently, I'm still having to turn shit off to manage everything. I'm still at 95% efficiency, so I still don't have enough to manage like my manufacturing process. But we'll turn you off to consume less. But we definitely need to take care of that. That's a thing. Okay, so let's produce a little bit more of the brain science. To finish off all of my current stuff, I need 50 plus the 8 for here. So we need 58 and I have a whopping 6. So we do need more. And I'd rather not have to wait on that once I get the people trained up. So let's do that. It's 1 science per 2, so I need 100 of each in there. 102, 100 and a number. Let's do 150 so we don't have a huge backlog. There, get those cooking for a little bit. Alright, any more plates? Because I used all of them. So let's split another 100 into here. Turn you on. Burden through all of my power at efficiency problems. Efficiency problems, alright. Howdy, Smooth Agent, how you doing? Oh, we had 58 quartz in here. I didn't even know. Nice. Let's grab these guys. Let's go put away a couple other things over here. This does not really need to be here, but we did it. It's done. All right, how we doing here? You're doing. That needs to be rotated and placed there. Okay. Ah, right. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna dig that out a little bit because it's kind of in the way. dugout. I just need a couple more cables. Unfortunately, this angle is not conducive to the conveyor belt situation, so I'm just going to leave it and we'll collect it by hand if we need to. 20 minutes! Alright, Demos. Let's put that in there too, because I don't need it. Alright. Stuff's happening. I'm going to go get this gold because I can. Alright, how are these going? You're going along. In fact, let's do... We'll wait. It's going to turn these into plates. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. We're overloading our system a little bit, but it's fine. Oh, so close. So close. So close. There we go. Now we have our top floor done. So, I think I will move some things. You're done, so you can get deleted. I think I might move these production machines up. Once they're done cooking their current stuff, it'll be fine. And actually, since we're cooking stuff and waiting for stuff to happen, I'm just gonna let this thing sit for a moment after saving. Gonna let this thing sit for just a moment. I'm gonna do a quick BRB, and I would encourage you to do the same while we watch this thing happen.
Corps of astronauts will be selected for Artemis missions, including the first woman
I
and
will
first person of
BRB
color
and
to
I
step
will
foot on the moon.
come back and we'll
Aboard
finish
Gateway,
watching this and
the crew
launch.
will conduct exciting
So,
research from their
BRB.
unique deep space vantage point. Gateway will also be a transfer station for astronauts to board innovative human landing systems that will ferry them to and from the lunar surface for exciting scientific expeditions near the South Pole. Once on the moon, Artemis astronauts will use expertise in fields like biology and geology to conduct groundbreaking research in modern spacesuits using advanced tools. They will drive new rovers to investigate the lunar terrain and unlock some of the greatest mysteries of our solar system. Artemis I cements our capability to send astronauts and cargo to the moon for years to come. We're going back to the moon. We are Artemis.
As we approach the opening of our 2-hour launch window, we have a special musical performance for you. America the Beautiful, played in honor of the flight test by the Philadelphia Orchestra and Yo-Yo Ma.
and I was not expecting a symphony. I don't think the symphony quite goes along with the music we got going in the background.
Beautiful performance. It really has me feeling quite emotional right now.
Yeah, perfect tribute for tonight's launch.
You know, it's just, it gives me a sense of pride, really, to just remember that our country continues to lead our nation in space exploration. So, and as such, the White House is closely watching this historic launch. Earlier this year, Vice President Kamala Harris came down to Kennedy Space Center and met with NASA leadership as well as astronauts. She also toured our facilities where teams are working on hardware for future Artemis missions. Before leaving, she signed a piece of the Orion spacecraft that will fly on Artemis III. She's doing it right there, which will return astronauts to the lunar surface. Okay, Kayla, time for more social questions. So let's take the first one. You know now the drill. It's going to be a celebrity question, so let's take that.
Hey guys, I'm Jack Black, and I'm super excited for
Black.
the Artemis I launch
Hell yeah.
today. I was part of a little movie called Apollo 10 1/2, A Space-Age Childhood, and I have a few burning queries. Question the first. How is Artemis different than Apollo?
Artemis is different than Apollo because we're returning to the moon, but this time we're going to stay. So rather than a short visit where we can do some amazing science, but it was pretty limited by these short visits, kind of a small area of the moon, we're going to the South Pole, and we're going to learn how to live there long term. So we're going to be building habitats, we're going to have rovers, we're going to have all of this infrastructure on the moon supporting scientific discovery, but also that next big step to Mars.
I love seeing celebrities also take part and ask questions because it
chill.
really shows that this is something that's captivating a lot of people. So that was really fun to see Jack fly. Also, query the first. That was funny. All right, let's go to the second question.
We'll chill the music entirely for this part. We're getting into space stuff.
Amazing. I mean, for us launching to orbit around the Earth and then go to the space station where I just was for 6 months, we're in an apparent microgravity environment. So for us, it feels like we're weightless, like we're floating. So you have to relearn how to live and work in that space. But once you get used to it, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we were just talking, Jessica Watkins, another NASA astronaut, was here, and she was saying that actually when you came back on Earth, that
I like that we get a brief Jack Black
appearance. Used to living on the space station.
He's such a fun guy.
The transition home was actually a lot harder for me than the transition up there because our vestibular systems kind of remap. We start ignoring all the sensors in our inner ear that tell us how our bodies are moving because the space environment is so strange, but we really need that on Earth to balance and control our bodies.
Sure.
So when we get back, it takes a couple of days before
this
we feel
is the actual launch of the Artemis system that is our next it's the test of a few systems that will lead to a more permanent presence on the moon. We're actually going to have a moon base.
Before we go into a half-hour
and that's
hold.
really friggin' exciting.
That half-hour hold is part of the L clock, and what you see on your monitor right now, I believe, is the T clock. So in about 10 minutes, we'll hold for a half hour. And currently, the launch team is trying to evaluate how much of a delay may result from some issues that we've been facing over the past hour. Just to recap those, we had a leak in a replenish valve on the mobile launcher that feeds into liquid hydrogen core stage tank. That's been resolved.
Prison moon base
has been fixed, and we're moving forward. Currently, the upper stage of the rocket for liquid hydrogen is roughly 78% at the moment. So that is tracking. Progress continues there. The core stage has been topped off, and now both liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen are 100%, along with the upper stage of the liquid hydrogen side of the equation. So we're just waiting on the complete tanking of the upper stage liquid hydrogen. Now, with regards to the range issue that we had, we just got an update from the range. The 45th Space Wing officer reporting in to the NASA test director that the Ethernet switch has been replaced. This problematic switch took down their ability to see radar from one of their assets, which is key in getting acquisition and signal for the flight termination system if it were to be needed. Of course, this is a critical system that has to be tested before we can launch. So at the moment we're looking still at a 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time launch, but it is pretty clear from the work that is ahead that it looks like we're going to slip into that window. How much exactly, we don't have an accurate calculation from the launch team as of right now, but of course we're anticipating that. So for the moment, you see on your clock now we are in the T-minus 10-minute hold. We just entered that, and now roughly we're looking at 28 minutes to resume terminal count. The launch team will assess what work needs to be done, how that syncs up with the range getting back online with their equipment, and then we should have a new T0 for you soon.
Oh no.
That's the latest from Firing Room 1
All right.
at the Kennedy Space Center. Megan, back to you.
So we're gonna meet
So
these
things are
guys again
obviously
for a
still
little
very
while.
dynamic.
Because they just said that we are, T-minus 10 minutes from the count, and then we're going to have upwards of a half an hour before they determine whether or not we're even launching. So this may, I mean, to be fair, that T-minus 10 was confusing me because they did say that the launch window was going to be at around 12:06 a.m. And a half an hour from now, which is what they just said was going to happen, puts us in that midnight time period. So this is actually exactly on schedule. It's just the T-minus was throwing me off because that was ahead of schedule. So now we're gonna mute them for a little bit, and we're gonna go back to game music, just to have some music. Oh, save. There we go. Hopefully game music kicks back in and it's not salty that I turned it off. Alright, well, that already finished mining all of that. Cool. Let's stop you, steal your stuff. Literally 1 power remaining. Delete. Good. Okay. So this little mini planetoid doodad is done. Give me you. Two-hour launch window. That makes sense. I mean, typically the launch windows are a couple hours in size. Has the music not kicked back in again? Did I make it mad? I think I made it mad. I dared to turn it off. Alright. So let's do people. As much as I hate it, let's do people. Or at least let's figure out how to do people. So let's give me my robot man. Where you at? Where you at, buddy? Where you at, buddy? You're in here somewhere. Are you mad at me because I turned you off? Where? Ah, over here. He's got a little icon. Alright, wake up. Hi, how are you? So let's see. This is the hydration section. So now we need to have a canteen to have food delivered to. So we need a canteen which are consumed at a dining stand. So let's get that stuff going. Sure, we'll use F7, why not? So we need a canteen. A canteen and a dining stand. Chances are we're also going to need the school and the study point somewhat soon here. I don't know about the hibernation chamber, but let's put it on bar. Alright. Canteen. This is a canteen. We're going to start putting stuff for the astronauts over down here somewhere. So canteen can go right there. I have a canteen. I built it. I did the thing. Learn about human migration. Call an astronaut. Alright, let's put food in there. We have this food. Food. We have food. So we have bread, hydrotonic, hot milk, roasted meat, tomato soup, and omelets. Lovely. Lovely, lovely food. Alright. Call an astronaut with gold bars. I do have a few of those. Call astronaut. Oh. We have multiple lines? Hang on, what's that about? Oh. Well, that's just fucking neato. Neat. I like it. I like it. Can you do that over here? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe let's test it. You can. Well, that's definitely neato. I like it. I wonder if that matters for the upgraded conveyor belts and stuff. Like, can you convert those into upgraded lines? Can you convert those into transport pipes? No idea. But it'd be kind of neat to find out. Okay, so you're still on. But I don't need you on. Water has been produced. We have food available here. Alright, so how do I call an astronaut? Little robot man. Call them by spending gold bars. Cool, you gonna tell me how to do that? Astronauts. Newcomers. Alright, the music did kick back in and it's a little bit louder than I expected. Chill a little bit, music. Chill. So it says call astronauts. You gonna tell me how to do that thing? Because I thought the dock was for calling astronauts, but that's not the case, I don't think. The canteen is not for astronauts. Let me go ahead and put a table down next to the canteen. We'll have a little bit of an unsafe eating experience on the edge there. It'll be great. How do I call the astronauts? Hang on. Undock. Ah. Dock. Okay. So you do need a free dock to call astronauts. So let's make a free dock. Free dock to call astronauts. Sure. Astronaut. Cool. We're gonna get an astronaut in 1.5 minutes, according to the timer at the top. So he's being called. Robot Man, what else you got for me? Construct a school where newcomers can learn their professions. And then a farm. So let's do the school. Which is number 3, I think. Yeah, this is the school. I'll have a little school over here. Lovely. Scientist, cook, engineer. Okay. I need a scientist very first thing. Yeah. The first guy will be a scientist because I need science. And then we also have this study chamber thing. Sure, let's just put you right there. Specialist training. Study point. Sure. I built the thing. I don't know what it does yet, but we built the thing. I know, Demos. It's nice having so many different personalities that can get themselves out there in different ways. Sometimes all you need is a suit and a shave and a haircut so that you can teach some science. Hopefully they don't have a delay. I know they had some technical issues, but at the very least the weather, I heard the prediction was like 90% chance of success. Ooh. Hi guys. Bye guys. Alright. You do you. So now we have a science man. Hi science man. Didn't we have a photo mode of some variety? I think we did. Hello, Sniper. Welcome. I thought we had a photo mode. Maybe I'm remembering a different game. That's entirely possible. Photo mode. Either way, I'm taking pictures. Taking pictures because you're learning science. I appreciate you learning science, buddy. So he's halfway through his science learning process. Come on, bud. Finish your science. Do it. We're in the pre-phase of the 2-hour window, Demos. The 2-hour window actually isn't until... I mean, we might be within the 2-hour window right now, but the actual launch was expected to be at 12:05. So we got another 20-something minutes for that, hopefully. Oh. The stream is cutting out a little bit. That's fine. Let me refresh that, get a fresh load. Well, that's an entirely different view. Alright. Alright, dude man's over here gonna do science. Good for you, buddy. Look at him in there doing science. I don't have any science for him to do at the moment. Oh, he's doing the one science that got loaded in here. Well, we'll give him the rest. Here, have more science. Do science. Now, Robot Man. Astronauts use various devices to satisfy needs. Build hibernation chambers for sleep and canteens with food for hunger. Alright. He hasn't eaten any food yet. This is fine. But it did need that hibernation chamber. So let's, I'll slap that right over here for now. He'll be fine, bud. He's just doing a science thing. We're learning science. Be the first to stream games from the moon. One day. Probably not in the near future, but one day that will happen. Alright, so Science Man is in there doing science. He's doing the thing. We're getting the science did. It's great. And if we look in our science list here, I now have 3 chemistry science. I need 4. So in a moment here, we're going to have our 4th. And then I'll be able to get advanced mining. And that will be wonderful. Science. I'm doing science. Science get. Okay. So now, advanced mining. Wonderful. Advanced smelter would also be great. We need 6 science for that. Do I need anything else? Transport tubes. That would be wonderful too. All of these things would be great. I do need a farm for the next tutorial bit. But I don't have space science done yet, so I need to figure out how to do that. Oh, he's going to get food. Bye, guy. Have fun. And that's why I put all this stuff on the lower floor here, because I didn't want to have to figure out how to get him up to the next floor up. But we'll eventually get there. That's a good question, Kinder. I don't know if we have all the laws behind that yet. I know that there's some international regulations about space. Whether or not those are all going to be followed, who knows? But I think it's mostly going to be each individual base is going to be, you know, sovereign of whoever created them. But in the instance of things like the International Space Station, for example, which is multiple countries, who knows? I don't know all the laws behind it. I don't know all the regulations. Whatevs. We still have stuff to figure out as a spacefaring species. Alright, this thing is done. I don't need this thing anymore. Probably should start aiming for the gold areas. This thing finished its gold, so we need to move that over to here for more gold. That is, however, a big vein. And it's going to take a little bit of effort to get. But I now have Robot Man. Where yet? It's time to build your first mine. Go to the planet and use the scanner to find the best location near desired resources, and then construct a mine. So let's go back to here. And let's go back to here. Mine. So we have drill, giant drill, and mine. Takes 5 bars, and I just spent all my bars on science. So let's make more bars. More bars. Let's do 20 for now. Also, we have materials to cook up. Let's go grab all the gold from here and turn it off so it doesn't keep cooking through all of my stuff. Because you're done. You're just done. Let's take everything. Give, take everything. Tear it all down. Moon men in 15 years to claim independence. You know what? Fair. They deserve it. And I think I just deleted that without getting my resources back. Boo. I had like 50 something carbon in there. I don't know if we get those back when you eat them. I did! 48 carbon, that was the exact amount. Perfect. Good. Alright, let's get this gold smelting. More gold. More gold. Now, I will say over here has been abandoned for some long time at this point. Why did you stop mining? Is that just the limit of your depth? No. You ran out of power. Let's give you 50 more power. Everything else up here is out. Either needs to be moved or needs to be disassembled. Yeah, this one's only got 23 left in it, and this whole area is done. Screw it. I'm doing it myself. Oh no. Once we become a fully spacefaring species on multiple bodies of planet or bodies of whatever, we're gonna have bigger challenges, I think. We already had a bit of an international incident with the International Space Station and Russia doing their thing. So clearly it's not cut and dry. At least the International Space Station situation was handled peacefully, despite Russia saying, fuck you, we're out. Oh, I'm right there with you, kinder. In fact, the first thing that came to mind was a book that I listened to. Thinking, "We'll Save Galaxy for Food" by Yahtzee. That was a fun one. I enjoyed that one a lot. But one of the things that was covered is the Moon City was founded by a Japanese guy who wanted nothing to do with modern society anymore. So he just fucked off to the moon and built his own city under the guise of being a Japanese-run city. And by the time he got there, he did his whole building the city thing. And the Japanese, he cut off ties to the Japanese, and they went to the moon to attempt to reassert control over the city. And what they found was a giant dome city that was built without Japanese help, and all of these supplies and whatnot that the Japanese were sending up to support that moon colony were just left on a pallet out on the moon somewhere with the clear message of, we don't need you anymore. So that's the first thing that came to mind when I thought of moon base. Hi, guy. How you doing? So he wants me to mine. He wants me to mine. And I get it. I understand, bud. But for right now, I don't know how to do that. How do I do mine? So let's start with that. How do I do mine? Mine, we'll just put you there. I'll eventually have giant drill to replace with that, but I don't have that yet. So mine, number 6. Number 6, mine. How do you work? Are you gonna tell me how you work? Alright, so gold vein right here. I don't know if I need to put it on the gold vein, over it, near it. So let's clear a little space here. And is that directly over? Here is directly over the gold vein. Okay. I don't know if that needs to be a thing, but it's fine. Construct mine completed. Galaxy mining. It's lovely. So how does it work? You need robot miners. Good. So this looks like you assign robot miners to it, and they just mine, and they might just go everywhere. So let's get some robot miners. It can do 2 of them. So I might end up needing a whole bunch of those, but let's start with the 2. Hi. Produce miner. Yeah, I'm working on it. Miner. 4 hydrogen and 6 iron rods. Okie dokie. Well, I've got enough for 2 miners, which is all I really need. I do need hydrogen, however. I need 8 hydrogen. I do not have 8 hydrogen, so let's do that. And I need to put... Oh, on. On is the answer we need. I need more hydrogen. So let's make some hydrogen up. Let's do... I don't know, 20? Sure. Make more hydrogen. And maybe we make more hydrotonic. How much is this guy eating? He's already eaten 2? Oh, and he's going for a 3rd. We need more hydrotonic. Let's just put that in there. Make more hydrotonic. Which means we're going to need more water production. Split that out. We'll do 100. We'll do 50. We'll make more water. We have a lot of water, though. That's fine. We'll have more water. My live feed was just buffering a bit? Oh no. I have never seen the movie Moon. I was not aware that there was a movie called Moon. In fact... Moon? Movie. Moon. 2009. Alright. I'll put it on the watch list. I still need to see The Martian. I still need to see Interstellar. I'm far behind on my movies in general. Okay. Miners. Hydrogen. Hydrogen. I need 8 of it. Eight hydrogen. Make me robots, please. I would like to have robots. On. Robot. Also, I have no idea how to make these guys do things. No idea. No friggin' clue. I got as far as Astronaut Sam Bell. That was the extent of the amount I read on that movie when I looked it up just now. We got Miner. We got Miner. Oh, bye. Where you go, bud? You going to your... Alright. Have fun. Have fun. Alright, another miner. Almost ready. And he's off. Look at those guys. I like those guys. They're nice. Alright, so what do they do here? Oh, right. We need to power the damn thing. It uses 4 power. Alright. I have the means to do power through solar, so I'm going to do that. Solar. Mine. What are you guys doing? What are they doing? They found the gold deposit. Unfortunately, I built this thing right on top of the gold deposit, so that may eventually become a problem. We'll find out. But gold. Good, so each pass they get 1 gold. Slow as balls, but automated. And essentially free because I just have solar panels going here. So what I could do is I could just build more of these, because it looks like they can only support 2 miners per, but it's all relatively cheap to make, so I can make more of these and just kind of set them wherever and have them picking up whatever materials I feel like. Good. Hi, bud. You can decide how many miners are working in each mine. New miners are assigned automatically. Select desired resource and wait for your miners to collect them. Now, well, it's going to be in a moment here. 3 and 4, 5. You made it. Keep advancing. Cool. Alright, so here's where we learn about human needs. Astronauts use various devices to satisfy their needs. Canteens, hunger, etc. You've made it. Great. Alright, now we're going to put him to sleep for a bit because I'm not going to build a farm just yet. I can't build a farm just yet. Alright, so Dude Man, going back to work. He has almost emptied the canteen, so let's fill that up again. Great. Now, supposedly, these robots are supposed to be able to do things, but I think they're in the way. Or I think they're supposed to be able to crawl. So let's delete this quick. You guys need to be able to go through there? It did need to be able to go through there. So you actually have to make crawly paths for them to do stuff. Okay. Go. Go. Ah, so that guy's doing a thing. He's transferring water. Why are you not doing anything? You're transferring water. Go do it. Go do a thing. Go do a thing, bud. I made a space for you. Alright, fine. Don't go do a thing. I'll just leave that space open for you. There. Oh, we got stuff happening.
The launch pad, and then launch team verifying that that work was complete. Now currently we're awaiting some work with the range. The 45th Space Wing, which oversees the range here, and makes sure that the airspace and the ocean out over the flight path is clear, and also has the responsibility to destruct the rocket should it go off track. They have been working on some issues with their equipment and sending a flight termination signal to the rocket. There is testing that must happen with the flight termination system that was delayed by a bad Ethernet switch. Switch has been changed out, and now the range is looking to start testing their connectivity to the rocket in order to preserve that safety function that they are responsible for. So again, we are slipping now indefinitely into the launch window. We're awaiting the launch team to evaluate just how much time is required to complete the work to get this rocket ready to launch. And of course, when we have a new T0 for you, we'll report that out right away. Megan, back to you.
Daryl, thank you so much. As NASA prepares to explore the moon, here's a look at the spacesuits and tools that will help us to do that.
All right. So still unknown. Still unknown. Were they not pronouncing Ethernet correctly before? Dare I ask how they were pronouncing it? Because I wasn't hearing it. Oh, kinder. Literally all of YouTube is a cesspool when it comes to chat. So, yeah, don't. Just save yourself and don't. Alright, do we want to make more miners? More miner bots? I think we do. I think we do. So I need more rods. I don't have any more rods. So let's get some of that started. Sure. Let's do all of it. Make me rods. You have the chat element completely blocked. Nice. Alright, we have more hydrogen tanks. That's enough for 4 more miners, which is great. Dude Man's doing his thing. The robot's over here, he's done his thing. He's transported the 25, or at least the remainder of it. So this is good. I don't know what this Dude Man's doing, but I don't know how to make him do stuff. how do I make you do stuff, sir? Whatever, it's fine. I don't need him to do stuff. Block Twitter, block Facebook, block Instagram. Yeah, I had a little bit of a tirade about social media before. There are very few social media options right now that aren't owned by some evil conglomerate or another. And it's kind of awful. Discord's pretty good, but they're slowly moving the way of the monetization, which I get it, they need to make money. But as soon as they start throwing ads in there, I'm done. Alright, so these guys are working. Probably should save them some time. They're digging. Let's do some digging. I don't know how much room these guys need to work, but they'll figure the rest out on their own, I'm sure. Alrighty, the one. Have yourself a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, so let's do another one of these. And it doesn't appear to matter where we go with it, but the closer to the source, the better. Let's find a copper vein. Perfect. What happened? Oh, I don't have any friggin' rods. Right. Rods. Let's start. We are running at 16% efficiency. Oh dear lord. Okay. Well, at least my solar panels were indeed keeping the work flowing. But these dudes are burning through power like mad. What I probably should do is figure out if I can do logic to keep these things in coal where possible. I don't think I have the logic available yet for that though, because I don't have the inventory readers or anything like that. So that's a thing I need to worry about. Let's take a quick peek at logic. Yeah, so currently we only have the pusher, blocker, filter, and splitter. So I can split, which is great, but I don't have... Yeah, maybe I do want to use the splitter. Yeah, maybe splitter would be a good thing to do for now. That'll at least let me split out the coal evenly between all of the different power plants and just have a box. So let's do that. We'll have a box. I think we need to do out one. In, and in. And then we'll do across. Oops. Okay. So splitters, we should be able to put down here. I need number 5 for splitter. So splitter, 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 and I guess this doesn't really need to be a splitter, does it? This can just be a rotate in. So how do these get configured? Coal ratio split. So we got 4 dudes. So we need a 25%. So let's do 75%, 25%, and a 0 that away. So that ideally, this will cut off 1/4 of the coal this away. And the next one, we set this to 33%. And we'll lose 67 and 0. So then 1/3 of the remaining coal will go here. And this one can be a 50-50. And then the remaining coal can go into there. So let's test that out. We have 94 in each of these. Let's split this out to 100. And put that in the box. I'm seeing 50-50 go over here. Skip. We got move, skip, move, skip, move, skip. So that's not working. That's not working at all. Why is that not working? No, it's not working at all. What the hell happened? Move, skip, move, skip, move, skip. So they're all acting like a 50% split. Do I just not know how this thing works? Either way, I was going to wait until this finishes and we'll look at the count on each of them just to make sure it worked or not. So we have 5 more to move. Done. Okay. Alright. So we've got 115, 123, 111, and 111. So these two did not work at all. These two, once they got the 50-50 split going, that worked great. But this did not work, and I don't know exactly why. Like this one I had selected for coal for the splitting ratio, but it shouldn't have mattered because it was only coal anyway. But that 75-25 did not work. Neither did the. Yeah, I don't know exactly. I don't know. It's working-ish. And if we do, let's do 3-to-1. Maybe that will help it figure out what that's supposed to be. And this can be a 2-to-1. And this can be a 1-to-1. Maybe that will help. Maybe it was having a hard time with the larger quantity numbers. So we can do another, let's do 50. But also let's remove these out. So 108, 108. So let's split out 12 from here. And split out 4 from here. So they should all be at 108 or 107. Perfect. Okay, so they're all at 107. So that's even. We'll put 50 more in the box. Move, skip, 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 move. Okay, so that's doing 3 to 1. Skip, move, skip, 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 move. Okay, that's working. And then we've got move, skip, skip, move, skip, skip. Okay, so it was just those numbers. It didn't like the 75-25 because I was marking it down in percent. It liked it a whole lot better when I dropped them down to the lowest common denominator. So, perfect. Love it. Worked. Now they should all be even. So that's the last one. That's a move, skip, skip. One should be a move, one should be a skip, and the last one goes into there. So these should all have 118, 117, 17, 18. Perfect. Not counting for uneven burning times. It worked great. Okay, so now whenever I need to feed these things with fuel, I can just dump, 500 or whatever in here, and it'll be great. Perfect. Love it. Now, that does mean that I need more coal in the near future, because I'm running a little bit low. Oh, these guys are doing pretty good with coal. I have 300 gold bars. That's wonderful. I also have some of those. This is good. Let's do some more production here. So let's do 100. Oops, 100 in here, and we'll do. I don't need any more copper plates. I haven't really needed those, but I do need more copper wires. So we'll put some of these copper. Oh, I'll put 20 of those. That's not 20. This is 20. Put 20 of those in there. I don't need any more wires because I rarely ever use those. We also have gold wire production, steel screws into gears, and electronic parts into motherboards. Oh, that's fancy. That's fancy indeed. Over here we've got those electronic parts. We also have carbon fiber. Okay. I know those go into the new sciences. So let's take a peek at the new sciences. So we've got our dude man. He's chugging along. We're gonna have to keep him fed. I'll have to keep a close eye on that. I don't know if they die. I haven't ever seen him use his hibernation chamber either. But whatever. It's fine. Good man, doing your thing. Idle and transferred. Transferred, idle. Would be wonderful if we knew how to actually do anything with those. There's definitely no information. They might do things automatically. Like, I know, for example, this canteen said that it only accepts resources from robots. So it's entirely possible that if there is a situation like this where it only accepts resources from robots, like this right here, you can request them, and that's the only time that those bots ever do anything. So maybe having two of them is pointless for now. That's fine. It's fine. We have robots, and they're adorable. Look at him. Look at him. He's adorable. Let's do this then. We need that and that. Make 4 more miners, and then we'll go over here. I need some of those bars. We need, I don't know, 20. Need more miners. So let's do 2 miners. Yeah. Alright. We'll do 2 miners and we'll pop these guys over here. Get some wire down. So that is 5 wire. I need 8 space worth of wire. And then we need some solar panels. I need 8 solar panels for this, or one of these. You know what? One of these it is. Alright, Smooth Agent, thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good night, and thanks for the water. Oh, split 100. Give me that back. All right, you get me carbon. You give me copper. Oh, that's gonna be a pain, isn't it? So you're. Oh, hey. I put the carbon and copper right next to each other. So let's do some digging. Get these guys some free space to work with. Let's take a peek at the launch.
To about 300 miles an hour before those parachutes deploy, and then they do a final job of getting it in the water in the South Pacific. We've got these big orange balloons. That's an uprighting system, so
nope.
Even if Orion...
He's mostly just talking about what the mission's about, what they're testing, stuff like that. Alright, that'll help. And you guys found your copper. The only thing I don't know is if they can go underneath. What are you guys doing? You guys aren't doing anything. Why aren't you doing anything? Give me gold. What's the matter, you guys? Why are you not doing the thing? Why are you guys no longer mine? Do you not like your resources to be too deep? Is that what's going on here? Because you got a whole lot of space to work with. Am I gonna literally have to move these things down for this to work?
Years. But you know, some might ask, why the moon? Well, here's why.
We are going. The history of this agency is marked with broken barriers, once viewed as impossible, with science fiction turned reality, with innovations that have spun industries all their own, and with demonstrations of peace for all humankind.
We soar in the skies of our home planet. We maintain a human presence just outside of
they're
gravity,
golden again.
and we touch points all across the solar system and beyond. We're going back to the moon, and this is why.
The moon is a treasure trove of science.
It holds opportunities for us to make discoveries about our home planet, about our sun,
and about our solar system.
The wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from the moon will inspire a new generation of thought and action.
Without fail, every major program and mission NASA has invested in has led to technologies and capabilities that have shaped our culture.
The breakthroughs of the Artemis era will define our generation and the generations to follow.
The tens of thousands of jobs associated with propelling us to the moon today are just the beginning of a lunar economy that will see hundreds of thousands of new jobs develop around the world.
This is not an ambition of one entity or one country. The exploration of the moon is a shared effort,
woven together by a desire for the greater good.
Why the moon? Because the missions of tomorrow will be sparked by the accomplishments of the Artemis generation today.
because the ambition to go has already begun.
And because Mars is calling. We need to learn what it takes to establish a community on another cosmic shore. So let's camp close before pushing out.
And so, we go to the moon now, not as a series of isolated missions, but to build a community on and around the moon, capable of proving how to live on other worlds.
It's grand goals. Here's hoping they can pull it off. I wonder what happens if I mine out the entire planetoid. I wonder what happens. Transfer to the first Hilton on the moon for the night shift. That'd be great. You know there's going to be a Hilton on the moon. It may not be soon, but it's going to happen. Alright, so we're at 20 food already? Jeez, okay. So one scientist is chugging through my food. So we definitely need a farm to have any chance of keeping this guy going. We'll put that in there. Let's go back over here quick, because I have lots of materials in here. Let's grab that. Night shift might last forever. You might be signing up for more than you can handle. Alright, let's do, I don't know, 10. No, let's do 16. Let's get a little more water going, perhaps. Alright, we're coming along nicely. What do we got going here? Oh, never mind. I saw the shot of the rocket, and I was gonna go look to see what they're saying.
The most exciting things about being here tonight is being with people who are like-minded, who have such.
Yep. Okay. So they're still doing fluff pieces until they can get some more word on when we're gonna launch, which means, unfortunately, I'm probably not gonna last through launch tonight. I don't know if I want to necessarily continue streaming indefinitely until they do the launch. As much as that pains me to say it. Alright, so this little dude is being responsible for moving all the water, or the food, whatever's. The hydrotonic is probably like a very bland, mineralized energy drink or something. So he's being responsible for moving that to here as they're being produced. So that's fine. That's great. Love it. Yeah. That is the live stream. That's just NASA's website or NASA's YouTube page. Alright, so science is no longer happening. So Dude Man's doing things, but he's not really doing things. I'll see what science we need. I've got 4 chemistry science, so we do need more. So let's go ahead and provide him with the rest of the iron rods, and we'll get more going. More iron rods, which means I need more plates. And let's do some more gold as well. Let's just go ahead and go all in on 100 gold. And let's go on another 100 plates. Get that started. Countdown has not happened yet. Still nothing, Demos.
Glad to have them here. Oh my gosh, I love this.
Yeah, the team in Marshall in Huntsville there is always ready for their shot. Waving their flags, they're super pumped. That's the home to the SLS program office, so they have a dog in the fight tonight, seeing Artemis launch for the first time.
Is that an inflatable astronaut in the center? Do you see that? I think somebody is dressed up as an astronaut.
Look at that.
Yeah,
they're ready to go.
I love
That's pretty
this.
great.
Yeah, I'm so glad that they're there. Again, these visitor centers are closed to the public, but you know, the people there decided to hold a watch party. And
look,
that's
our
exciting
friends in
to see.
Germany are ready for us this time.
I know,
they anticipated the delay. They look pumped and ready to go.
So these are employees of Airbus. Airbus is the main contractor for the European Space Agency, and together they provided the European service module for the Orion spacecraft. So really, we should be applauding them. They shouldn't be applauding. Thank you so much, guys, for your contribution to the program, and can't wait to see Orion and SLS launch. Okay, so now let's head back over to Daryl Nail over with the launch team so we can hear any updates about a new T0.
Yeah, Megan, thank you. And a clearer picture is starting to emerge as the launch team now reports out that they only have a few minutes left of work to do before they're ready to pick up polling. And we're also hearing that some of that polling, which kicks off with the mission management team, is also now just about 3.5 minutes away. Now, we are currently still in that hold, but the launch team, NASA's test director, is continuing to move the team forward. We've wrapped up work on the upper stage and the lower stage. You're looking now live inside Firing Room 1, where Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson is overseeing her launch team. We've had a number of delays that have put us off the T0, but we are starting to track to a T0 close to around a quarter till, top of the hour. But we do need to have some polling that takes place. I'm pausing now because I'm listening in to the teams as they communicate. In this launch window, which we're currently 26 minutes into, and it's 2 hours long. It runs until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. We have what's called 40 cutouts. And in those cutouts, they range from about a second to about a minute. These are times where they can't launch. These cutouts must be accounted for when determining a new T0.
3:04, and I think that's local time, so it'd be 2:04 is
the
their
upper
launch
stage
window.
Of the rocket, which was the last to get ready and configured. Just recently, the team cycled the liquid hydrogen valves, which is required. And they are currently working on the LO2 valves, liquid oxygen valves in the upper stage.
All right,
That
Demos,
work
have
is
a good night.
almost done.
Yeah, the 2:04 a.m. is the end of the launch window, so we still are within range.
We are now a minute and a half away from
running low.
The pole of the mission management team, which is several minutes before T-minus 15 minutes. When that pole starts, we'll get a clearer picture of our T0.
Yeah, still an hour and a half. But, I mean, again, they're trying to get a T0, so they're trying to get a launch window, or a more narrow, specific launch time.
NASA's test director has informed the launch team to all switch to a common communication channel. It's called 232. And what this means is that the entire launch team is now on one channel, and all future communication will happen there. Whereas there are many channels. Now they reduce it down to one.
All right, I want to test a thing, so let's get rid of this.
Just heard from NASA test director Carlos Monge. I'm sorry, Jeff Spaulding. Jeff Spaulding's on. They swapped out.
No,
There are
cannot
currently
output
no
directly to
constraints
box.
to launch. Great news. Again, no constraints to launch. And they're getting ready to pick up with a poll to determine readiness for launch.
I'll just get rid of those for now. Don't need them. Oh, I need another batch of carbon in there, so let's just throw 200 in there, it's fine. Because we need to convert more of those into iron rods. You're still cooking stuff. Hi, Rock. How you doing? Let's get these started to turn into wire. Because I want to be able to do more solar panels. Solar panels will help me reduce the
NASA
dependence on coal.
Test director Jeff Spaulding getting ready to conduct the readiness poll, so we are getting close.
You're getting close.
We're going to pull up the audio now so that you can listen in.
Please go. And Rock. Rockets go. All right, copy all. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
I copy all NTD. At this time, I will proceed with my poll. And attention on 232, this is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS Program Chief Engineer.
EGS Program Chief Engineer verifies that the EGS, SLS, and Orion Program Chief Engineers have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, Greg. Thank you. EGS Chief Safety Officer.
The EGS CSO verifies the SLS Orion and EGS CSOs have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, John. Thank you. Range weather.
Weather has no constraints and weather is go for launch.
Copy, LWO. And mission manager.
Sounds promising so far.
And mission manager, launch director.
Launch director, mission manager on 232. The mission management team has been pulled. You have a go to proceed with terminal count and launch of Artemis I.
I copy all. Thank you. And NTD, launch director.
Go ahead, launch director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis I.
Copy, launch director, and thank you. All right, we do have a couple of steps to configure, and then we will be ready to resume the clock. CVSE, NTD.
CVSC here.
Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time.
In work.
R, NTD.
RSR here.
Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA arm and rotation enable is complete.
And I copy, thank you.
Okay, so there you heard the poll from Launch Director.
Early.
Getting ready to get that new T0 time.
Oh, he's going to use the bed.
The poll that you heard.
It's the first time I've seen it.
NASA test director's poll. And
all right, and we have verified no cutouts at this time. And all personnel, we are going to resume the clock. GLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. Countdown clock will resume on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
Okay.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
We are T-minus 10 minutes away from liftoff of Artemis I. As you can see, the clock is now moving. Let's put that up. T-minus 9 minutes and 47 seconds.
9 minutes.
The L-minus 15 poll complete.
Show 06:47:44 is the new liftoff time.
Affirm.
Okay.
All right. Exciting.
01:47:44. 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time and 44 seconds.
We're only a little bit past where I thought we'd be, and that's
We
pretty
went
good.
straight into terminal count.
All right, let's give it a little bit more priority
Liftoff
here.
now 9 minutes away. So terminal count.
Maybe a little bit
Control
less.
has been given over to the GLS, the ground launch sequencer, a computer and software that is doing all of the commanding and monitoring of the Space Launch System.
This is exciting.
We'll hear call-outs from the GLS operator, Alex Pandalos. As well as NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. GLS is pre-tensioning the umbilicals at this very moment. You can see them as they run down the rocket. That's getting them ready to detach. At liftoff, those arms will swing away. We'll let go of the rocket in a clockwise direction. T-minus 8 minutes and counting. The GLS is performing up to 100 commands per second, including configuring ground systems for power transfer to the rocket. GLS is turning on cameras, recording video inside and outside the crew module to collect data for engineers. Purging the aft skirt booster with high flow nitrogen. Clear out any hydrogen gas that may be there.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to BRB. We're going to maximize the window
crew access
here.
arm is already retracted. When there is crew during Artemis II,
And I will BRB, and I'll be back in time to watch this thing live. So,
but out of abundance
BRB.
of caution, they went ahead and retracted the arm well ahead of liftoff. Want to point your attention to the base of the mobile launcher. Something wasn't done to reduce the power from the pressure caused by the rocket's ignition and thunderous sound. It could damage the rocket. So the ignition overpressure and sound suppression system will flood the mobile launcher with water. You'll see that sequence start at T-minus 17 seconds. Now coming up in less than 30 seconds, the ground launch sequencer will start bringing the high energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Firing room 1 is completely silent as they listen for the next call.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
The core stage tank is now pressurizing to flight levels. The replenish valve to the liquid hydrogen tank now closing. The liquid oxygen tank will come a little later. Now we're arming the Orion ascent pyros and transfer to internal power. The launch abort system, or LAS jettison motor, is now armed. On this flight, the abort motor is inactive because there is no crew on board. Up next is the flight termination system, or FTS, which gives the Space Force the ability to destruct the rocket if it goes in the wrong direction. Let's listen in for that.
I'm back. T-minus 5 minutes. And I forgot the Space Force exists.
The flight termination system is now armed.
I
Coming up
legit
at
forgot
4
they existed.
minutes and 40 seconds, a big moment. This is where the RS-25 engines and their bleed go to high flow. It's been a little tricky to dial in.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
Good word, we've passed that. The cryo team got the LH2 engine bleed pressure loop dialed in. They are now at the right temperature for launch. Countdown continues. T-minus 4 minutes, 15 seconds. Up next, GLS fires up the KPUs. Those are high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25s. Stands for Core Stage Auxiliary Power Unit Start.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
That now leads to the thrust vector control test at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That can proceed now, and we will see the engines gimbal at the bottom of the core stage. At T-minus 3 minutes and 10 seconds, you will hear the go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve, getting the air and moisture out.
Getting there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
3 minutes.
And in just a few seconds, GLS will close the core stage LOX vent, liquid oxygen. The white vapor cloud caused from the super cold gaseous oxygen condensing the water in the atmosphere will disappear. You see it coming out there now. And there it goes, it's closed. LOX vent closed, pressure rising in the core stage LOX tank to flight levels. Coming up in 15 seconds, look for that thrust vector control actuator test. Engines will gimbal. And there they go. The 4 core stage RS-25 engines gimbaling around, testing the ability to steer the rocket into space. They will operate at 109% performance, each RS-25 throwing down 500,000 pounds of thrust. All 4, 2 million pounds. All together with the boosters, 8.8 million pounds of thrust.
GLS scope for upper stage to internal power.
Now the upper stage has gone to internal power. So power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery power. The same milestone is coming up for the core stage at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
We're almost there. I've been watching quite a few of the SpaceX launches, but I haven't been watching all of them because, you know, honestly, they get a little bit routine after a while, which is freaking amazing.
GLS scope
but
core
still,
stage to internal power.
This one's a little bit more
the rocket's core
special,
stage,
I
which
think.
houses the 3 flight computers, is now on battery power. So there is no more hold time available because there's no more margin on the batteries. So if we have a hold, we'd have to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes and recharge those batteries. The count continues. A note now, shortly after liftoff.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Shortly after liftoff, Mission Control Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague, Leah Cheshire, will take over commentary. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. Coming up
So
at T-minus 33 seconds, the GLS will hand off control to the ALS.
Turn off the game
this
music,
is the
just get
autonomous
the
launch
chill.
sequencer on board the rocket. It will take over command and control of the rocket. But the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2
GLS
seconds.
is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Hell yes.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour.
And we have a gorgeous nighttime view of the plume. Love it.
Good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis I. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket.
Look at it go.
SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour.
This is
The 4
exciting.
core stage engines are back at maximum thrust.
I think this is the
The next
first
major milestone
NASA
will be
launch
for the
I've
solid
seen.
rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis I.
Like, I've seen a
We're
lot
now
of
16
SpaceX, but I
miles
haven't seen
downrange
any
from the launch
NASA
pad at
ones.
Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated. These 177-foot boosters Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all four RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis I, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange.
Nice night. You got
we just had
a
confirmation that the service module fairing has separated.
Love it. Well, hey, we got cameras. I was wondering if we were going to get onboard cameras. Oh, never mind.
And that the launch abort system pyros have fired,
Spoke too
separating
soon.
those from Orion as well. For future crew members.
Oh, and then we lost her.
We just heard the call for 3 engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange.
Very nice.
We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis I. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation.
Interesting. They didn't even have the launch abort
Those 4 core
system
stage
active.
engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis I, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good.
We have a dot. We have a picture of a dot. It's a very exciting dot, but a dot nonetheless.
Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. 5 minutes, 42 seconds into the mission. We are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free.
See, I was thinking even
now
if they
traveling
weren't
over
using the
10,000
escape
miles
system,
per hour, 6
they'd
minutes
have
and
it
15
active.
seconds into the flight of Artemis I, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight.
Yeah, even with no life support system, if they were sending it up to test to make sure it could separate correctly, I would think they would also want to leave it active so that in case something did go wrong, they would have the opportunity to test it.
About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire maximum thrust.
We're still blasting. It's unfortunate we don't have any onboard cameras. That was one thing I really loved about the SpaceX launches, is that we'd have all those onboard cameras viewing the separation,
Coming up on
viewing
7
the engine
minutes
from
since launch
behind.
today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control Houston.
So we're, what, minute or so out from main engine cutoff?
As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. 30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour. Continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for core stage main engine cutoff. And we have confirmation of core stage main engine cutoff. Orion is now in Earth's orbit.
Nice.
The flight dynamics officer reports that we have a nominal main engine cutoff.
Good.
And we just heard the call for core stage separation. That means Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage are now flying free from the core stage of the Space Launch System. The next milestone will be solar array deploy approximately 18 minutes after liftoff. But before Orion stretches its wings, let's check back in with our friends at Kennedy Space Center and hear all about what it was like to hear the rocket roar off the launch pad. Megan and Kayla, I've got to hear all about it.
Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where we just watched Artemis I launch, our first step towards our next adventure into deep space. As Leah said, I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Kayla Barron. And I'm kind of still giddy and speechless. I don't even know how to explain how I'm feeling right now.
I feel the same way. This is the first launch that I've been able to watch in person. And I've got to say, it was incredible. It took my breath away, and I was tearing up. Just what an amazing accomplishment for this team, this international team, people who've been dedicating their careers to getting this rocket off the ground and taking the first step to getting a crew on that vehicle.
I wonder
back
if
to
it's
the moon.
OBS not capturing correctly.
Yeah, this is a moment I think that we're
I see
all
the
going to
video is
remember
correct
where
on
we
my
were
side.
when we saw this sort of thing, you know what I mean? And it was great to see, again, when we entered into terminal count, everybody here just started cheering, you know, coming out to get a really good view. And boy, I mean, it lit up the night sky, and it just shook everything around us. Did you feel that? Like in my bones, I felt that.
Oh yeah, the cool thing is just kind of the delay between what you see and
Yes.
what you hear, because of course the sound travels a little bit slower, and it was just amazing.
Could be coming through
the
Twitch,
ground
could be
shook.
OBS
We could
being
hear
delayed.
the
Hard to
thrust
say for sure.
pushing that rocket
This is
into
my
space.
first time ever trying to really capture
million pounds of thrust.
a video like this,
Incredible.
so
It was amazing
all
to see
new
here live in
experience.
person.
How does it compare? So this is your first launch on the ground. How does it compare to your launch when you're in the capsule soaring towards space?
I mean, equally emotional, I think.
Yeah.
We train for everything, and so when we're in that capsule waiting for launch, we're just running our procedures. You could almost, you know, trick us and say that we were in the simulator and it wasn't real, but like in that moment of liftoff, when the thrust builds underneath you, like we saw it today, it's just hard not to be overwhelmed by the emotional experience, the excitement, the joy of that moment. It's incredible.
Yeah, I think we can't say it enough. This team really deserved this moment. They've been working so hard for this moment. When I heard that we got into terminal count, it was, I felt a sense of relief and excitement for them that I think everybody here did. You know, we really wanted them to succeed. We really wanted to see the launch today. And wow, I will never forget this.
Me neither. It was an incredible experience.
Yeah, this
to
is
be
my
here and see that happen.
first NASA
Was there
launch
anything
that
that
I've
was
seen
particularly
that I can recall.
surprising to you? Again, this is
I've
your
seen a lot of
first launch.
SpaceX
You know,
ones,
what were you
but NASA.
expecting?
You
It's
know,
got a special
I think,
place in my heart.
We also had a nighttime launch for our launch, and so I think one thing you
And speaking of
underestimate
which,
is
here,
how much
let me
it lights up the
tone
night
them
sky.
down a little
We were
bit,
able to watch it
because they're
all
just
the way
post
through
game
that
talk at this
trajectory.
moment.
We were able to see the
So let me
separate and everything. So it was just an incredible view. It's amazing
move
how
them
much
over
you get to see
here.
of the
Hi,
flight
I'm
path
back.
at night
Hello, this
lighting
is
up the
me.
sky.
Hi.
Yeah, and I
hello.
don't know if you noticed
I've
this,
been
but we
gone the
see
entire
the
stream.
moon here, and the
I'm also wearing.
trajectory of the rocket looked
It's
like
not
it
quite
was
NASA.
flying towards me. You
It
know what
actually
I mean? I
says
was like, oh my
not
God, that's
flat.
so poetic.
We
It's
checked.
so beautiful. I'm so glad we launched today.
Because I can't believe we
Wow.
had another round of flat earthers
So
coming
we're
out of
gonna
the
head over
woodwork
to
a little
Daryl,
bit
who's
ago.
at the launch team. Daryl, you got to count us down through that, through liftoff. I mean, how was that being in the launch?
Yeah, you might be able to see at least some bright lights for future launches. SpaceX
Well,
is
Megan,
launching all the
it's,
damn time, so you
we're
should be able to
still
catch at least a couple of those.
You're looking live inside the firing room where Charlie Blackwell-Thompson is about to address
Oh,
her team.
we have an
After
address.
a whole lot of hard work and preparation to get to this moment. Let's stand by and listen to her now.
comm check. But you can't hear it in the room. Can you guys hear me? No.
Aw. Yeah, Kinder, thanks for hanging out for the launch and for the game. Appreciate you being there. I had a good time. This is a nice little different from my usual routine. This was the one had suggested streaming the launch, so I thank him for that. Unfortunately, he didn't get to stay up long enough to watch it, but still. But yeah, this was nice, and I got to stream a space game while we were doing it. Exciting. But that was a nice launch. Nice, clean, smooth, nothing wrong. I mean, obviously they had some tech issues to take care of before the launch, but at least they took care of those. It was nice to see. Nice to see a nice clean launch. You're gonna hop off and work with the heavy duty air quotes. Alrighty, Kinder, have yourself a good night. Don't work too hard. So it looks like we might not get her announcement anytime soon if they're still trying to fix their audio. Maybe?
Can you guys hear me? Oh, there we go.
All right.
Is he ready for me?
I want to hear what she has to say.
Well, for once, I might be speechless. So you guys know I have talked a lot about appreciating the moment that you're in. And we have worked hard as a team. You guys have worked hard as a team for this moment. This is your moment. It is not by chance that you are here today. So I want you to look around at this team and know that you have earned it. You have earned your place in the room. You have earned this moment. You have earned your place in history. You were part of a first. Doesn't come along very often. Once in a career, maybe. But we are all part of something incredibly special, the first launch of Artemis. The first step in returning our country to the moon and on to Mars. What you have done today will inspire generations to come. So thank you. Thank you for your resilience. You know, I said at the pre-test briefing, the harder the climb, the better the view. We showed the Space Coast tonight. What a beautiful view it is. So congratulations. So we got a couple of traditions here in launch control. And the first one is when you're in the position for the first time, you get a tie cutting. And so I have my launch director scissors. And I'm going to get my tie cut by a couple of legends that are here.
Was to where that was a routine?
Anyone who wants their tie cut will be making the rounds in the firing room. You got your console chiefs. If they want to do it, that's fine. If you want me to do it, you might have to wait a little while, but I'll stay all night if I have to. It'll be my pleasure to cut ties. So I'm going to take care of mine, and then I have one other presentation that I want to make this evening.
I am curious about the background of the tie cutting. Not sure I get that. There's probably a story behind it.
This is Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Artemis I launch director. She just got her tie cut. That is a tradition here at NASA. We just got to hear her talk to the team, and one thing that really stuck out to me that she said is that they've really earned their place in history. We're coming up on solar array deploy. Let's go on to Leah.
Thanks, Megan. And yes, we're here in Mission Control Houston, still monitoring the Artemis I mission and the first flight of Orion atop the Space Launch System. So far, we saw successful liftoff at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, all the way through separation.
Maybe the cutting ties
stage. We now
is
have Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion
like related to the actual figurative cutting of ties.
We just heard that we have initiated solar array deploy, so we are turning our focus
but I don't know.
to that. The spacecraft was running on battery power, but stretching these wings will allow it to stop relying on those batteries and significantly extend the time it can stay in space. So solar array deploy takes about 12 minutes. We have 4 solar arrays that we need to deploy and latch. These will provide power to the spacecraft on its journey to distant retrograde orbit and all the way back to Earth. Once these are properly configured, again, Orion will no longer need to rely solely on battery power. And we expect this to be done about 30 minutes after liftoff. Right now, we're 19 minutes since liftoff today. Orion is now traveling 17,175 miles per hour.
We're missing Dude Man speaking.
We're continuing to hear good calls here in Mission Control Houston from the flight controllers monitoring the mission. A little bit about these solar arrays as we wait. Again, we heard the call that the deploy has been initiated. We'll hear a little bit more about that once they start to unfold. These 4 solar arrays generate 11 kilowatts of power, which is enough electricity to power 2 3-bedroom houses, and they have a wingspan of 63 feet. Just one of these 6.5 by 6.5 foot panels has 1,250 solar cells, so you're looking at a total of 15,000
Okay, so Google says the tie cutting ceremony is used in various forms of business, especially sales. After someone's first successful big sale, the manager or customer cuts the tie that binds a salesperson to management and represents the idea that they are now a good enough employee to fly solo. I get it. So it was kind of sort of on point. I just didn't quite get the purpose of it.
They'll eventually be swept back against the vehicle prior to translunar injection burn to prevent any loads from breaking or damaging.
Oh, is that an actual live shot?
And on the end of each solar array is a camera that will capture imagery for
the occasional moments that we get a live shot, I think that's a live shot of the solar panels as they're extending.
Monitor and perform various other inspections. Of course, if you recall the Apollo capsule design, there were no solar arrays. We had fuel cells instead. So this design with arrays gives us the opportunity to stay in orbit longer since we practically have no...
It looks like we're getting about 2 seconds of video every once in a while. But they're nice shots. They're nice shots nonetheless.
Minutes since liftoff. Orion is attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see those 4 solar arrays unfolding now. And again, Artemis I is a flight test. It's paving the way for a sustainable presence at the moon. Looking forward to the future, Gateway will be our space station in lunar orbit. And we have some similarities and differences in the solar arrays unfolding right now on Orion and those that'll be on Gateway. So like we're seeing now, these are deploying autonomously.
Yeah, they're definitely having issues staying connected.
And while these generate those 11 kilowatts of power,
it's a shame SpaceX doesn't typically have too many problems staying connected like that.
Generate 60
but you know, they've been launching a whole bunch of satellites into space. They've got the connectivity.
We have 2 new ones installed,
and knowing old Muskie, he probably was too salty that he didn't get the contract, so he probably won't let them use his satellites. Because that's definitely an old Muskie thing to do.
Coming up on 22 minutes since liftoff today, Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage traveling over 16,800 miles per hour. The solar arrays deploying now are part of the European service module. It's comprised of 20,000 parts and components. The service module was developed as part of an agreement between...
So, as much as I would love to continue watching this, I do need to call it a night. We watched the launch. It was great. We watched the tie cutting ceremony. They're in flight. They're in stable orbit. Looks like they're going to burn pretty soon here to get out to an extended orbit. From what I can tell, they're going to do basically just a big loop around just a loop around the moon to make sure that they can get there and then come back again. And then they've obviously tested multiple aspects of the ship so far. But one of the big things they're going to be testing is the inflatable heat shield for re-entry to make sure that they can bring people back safely. So I will be attempting to follow this whole thing from start to finish. I just don't know how long that's all going to be. But not tonight. I got to be done tonight. But I had a lot of fun streaming this, and watching it all happen, having you guys there with me. Free return lunar orbit, nice. Alrighty, well, Knight, Sniper, anyone else who may be lurking out there, do appreciate y'all being there. We had some good time. We made quite a few advancements in the game, and then we got to watch the space launch. So, yeah, exciting. Exciting. But that will be it for tonight, so thank y'all for coming. I'll see you next time. Bye.